I now call the November 4th, 2025 Finance Committee meeting to order at 6:48 PM. Chair would entertain a motion for the approval of claims.
So moved. Consideration of claims to be paid in the amount of $1,205,664.84. Annual checks in the amount of $25,585.02. Payroll and liabilities for 10/17/25 and 10/31/2025 in the amount of $832,119.47 for a total of $2,063,369.33.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Johnson and a second by Councilwoman Pearson Lewis to approve consideration of claims in the amount of $1,205,664.84. Annual checks in the amount of $25,585.02. Payroll and liabilities for October 17th, 2025 and October 31st, 2025 in the amount of $832,119.47 for a total of $2,063,369.33. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion passes. That is the second largest one we've done this year.
It's a big one.
And I'm assuming that we paid for some airport parking lot in there? Perfect. Is there anything additional to come before the committee this evening?
Mr. Chair, I have nothing else to add tonight.
Perfect. Without objection, we will adjourn the meeting at 6:49 PM, 6:50 PM.
November 4th, 2025, regular meeting of the Riverton City Council to order at 7 p.m. Councilmember Johnson has agreed to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, after which Councilmember Bailey has agreed to give us an invocation. If everyone could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge
Our dearest Heavenly Father, thank you for the many blessings that we enjoy. Thank you for letting us live here in this beautiful city of Riverton and for this beautiful fall weather that we're having. Please bless all that we do here today and inspire us to make the best decisions we can for the city of Riverton and all of its residents. Please keep all of the people that work with the city safe, our first responders, fire department, police, EMTs, and all of those who serve in the military. May they be safe in doing their duties, protecting us. We ask you to please be with us as we go through this meeting and as we travel home tonight, that we all do it safely. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
All right, Ms. Harris, if you could conduct the roll call.
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Karen Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Kyle Larson.
Here.
Councilmember Carla Borders.
Here.
Councilmember Mike Bailey.
Here.
Councilmember Rebecca Pearson Lewis.
Here.
Councilmember Eric Carr.
Here.
Mayor Tim Hancock.
I am here, and I would note that you did that in reverse order and threw me off for about 10 seconds. I declare we have a quorum. I'd entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Borders, second by Councilwoman Johnson. Any other discussion on the agenda? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Life-saving awards. Lieutenant Wharton.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. When good things happen in our police department, we need to make sure that officers are recognized. So for that, I'd like to call up Sergeant Charlie Marshall, Officer Ambry McGuire, and Officer Brandon Brookover, please. I'm going to read a synopsis of an event that took place a few months ago, and then a citation as the three officers are getting life-saving awards tonight. On July 20th, 2025, Sergeant Marshall, Officers McGuire and Brookover volunteered as a chase crew to support for hot air balloons pilot Mark Williams during the Riverton Rendezvous launch. After assisting with pre-flight preparations, Officer McGuire joined Williams in the balloon basket due to crew shortages, while Officer Brookover followed on the ground with Sergeant Marshall. During the flight, Officer McGuire observed Williams vomit twice, check his pulse, and urgently requested he descend. Upon landing at StarTech, Sergeant Marshall noted Williams was pale, sweating profusely, and lethargic. Williams soon collapsed. Officer Brookover immediately assessed Williams, identifying classic cardiac symptoms: clammy skin, shortness of breath, chest pain, and radiating arm pain. Despite Mr. Williams' reluctance, the officers firmly insisted on immediate medical evaluation. Officer Brookover emphasized the critical need for hospital transport, while Officer McGuire provided critical in-flight observations that informed the assessment. Sergeant Marshall transported Williams to the Riverton Hospital, where he suffered a second massive heart attack requiring CPR. Medical staff restored a pulse. Williams was airlifted to Casper, where he underwent emergency stent placement for the third attack. Following up confirmed Mr. Williams survived multiple myocardial infarctions only because he was already under the medical care of our staff when the major event occurred. Williams later expressed profound gratitude, stating the officer's recognition of symptoms, decisive intervention, and insistence on treatment directly saved his life. Sergeant Charlie Marshall, Officer Ambry McGuire, and Officer Brandon Brookover demonstrated exceptional situational awareness, medical acuity, and professional judgment under non-routine circumstances. Their actions transformed a recreational volunteer role into a life-saving response, earning the department's highest recognition of life-saving service.
I don't think there's any reason you couldn't have your families come up for the same picture.
Come on up.
Do you guys want to get up front by the council on the dais? Do you want to go up front?
Yeah, do you want there you go.
There you go.
Picture. You want me to take a picture with your phone?
You can't sit down. You got to come up here and shake the council's hand. Tradition, we're not going to break it tonight. I know you guys have been to enough meetings that you know.
Thank you.
Congratulations, thank you.
Sorry, Charlie.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
thank you. Congratulations.
Congrats, well done. Well done.
You're welcome to stick around and give speeches if you'd like.
Please do.
You want to not give a speech, that's okay too. No. Well, before you leave, I want to tell you, just for me personally, how much it means to me. I have flown with the Williams a couple of years now, and they're just a special couple. They're amazing. And I think it was 2 years ago they flew with Eric Smits. They've done, or was it last? I don't remember. But they've done really well, I think, at trying to include our police department and to have you help them out. Not that I'm saying that any of the other balloon pilots aren't as deserving or anything, but they are special to me. And so I personally appreciate you stepping up and recognizing everything, being willing to be a little bit probably more stern than you might be normally in terms of saying, this needs to happen. We need to be getting you to where you can get help. And that's important, and they need it. You probably know both of them well enough to know they need that. So they're a really great couple, and I appreciate you. So thank you very much for stepping up and helping them out.
Well, there is a little story that goes along with that.
Well, okay, then I told you.
So when this all happened, I was kind of apprehensive to let Bree go up, but she did. Well, no sooner did they lift off, and Brandon said, "My keys." So he starts hollering at Bree as the balloon's lifting off, "Throw my keys, throw my keys." I said, "No, Brandon, we'll never find them," because they were already 40, 50 foot off and over the grass. So anyways, Brandon had to leave his car parked up at the balloon launch. Lo and behold, we were parked right next to the fire department. So when we returned, the car was decorated with fire scene tape. And then as they drove through Riverton, they were dragging fire scene tape as well. So
That's great.
Yeah.
And a very fitting way to be driving through Riverton. And especially good when we have people that may or may not be on the board for the Riverton Fire Department who are also in our department.
it's all in fun because Officer Brookover did get them back.
Oh, did you? Now I want to hear that. Come on, Brandon. You got to tell us what you did. Good. He needed that. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all. I would also note we have a citizen, too, that I don't know when or how we're going to recognize him, but Ezra Schooner was a part of that and was very much someone who stepped up and was helping out as well. And we'll have to figure out how we're going to recognize him down the road. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have the Riverton Youth Council update. Do we have anyone here from the Youth Council who wants to update the City Council on what's going on with the Youth Council? You probably should step up to the microphone then.
Sorry, we're missing somebody, so, no, it's kind of.
Do you want us to hold off on your report for a couple minutes and see if they're just going to be late or what?
And I think we can work around it.
Let me just text them off real quick.
We can go through the council committee reports and the round table.
So hold off then.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll get back to you.
That was just a preview.
Yeah, well done. Nice preview. Okay, let's go to the council committee reports then and the council members roundtable. I've been trying to mix this up a little bit. Have we started with you yet, Councilwoman Pearson Lewis?
No, we can start with me.
We'll start with you then.
Okay. Yeah, so let me just find my little thing. Yeah, so I had a rec board meeting yesterday that Carla was also at. Went really well. They just had their, what was it called? Their little,
The nominations?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Volunteer
We have our
of the year.
volunteer nominations coming up, yep. So you'll see that coming soon. And their audit, yeah. So, and that went really well. And then we have tomorrow is our next Riverton Youth Council meeting from 4 to 5 here at City Hall. So you guys, anybody's invited to come if you want to see that. And they were also, I think we had a member that was handing out candy at Halloween with you guys. Is that right? Danny Erb was here. So that's fun. Yeah, and that's it.
Okay, great. Councilman Carr.
No meetings, but we will have a planning commission meeting November 6th at 5:30 here in council chambers. I think the only agenda item is the Nevins Estates.
Mr. Councilman, there's the Valley View Estates and the Nevin Estates, or Nevin Addition re-subdivision.
Resub, perfect. Thank you, Director Michaud. I was just trying to pull that up on my phone and I couldn't get it, so. That is the only thing that I had to report on. So please come to the Planning Commission and find out about re-subdivisions.
Ironically enough, I just got an RSVP that someone's planning on attending the Planning Commission. I'll turn down my sound, so. All right, thank you. Councilwoman Johnson.
Yeah, I did not attend any meetings over the last couple of weeks. I did have an amazing Halloween. I was astonished at the amount of kids that came out this year. I tried to close up at 5 o'clock and there was 30 people in my front yard by the time I got home. And it went clear until 9:30. So I was excited to see that. I think that builds a lot of community engagement. The only other thing I wanted to mention, November 11th is Veterans Day. And I would encourage everybody to get out and give up 10 or 15 minutes of your day and attend the parade, show support for our veterans if you can. And then I don't know who to visit with on it, but I would, over the past couple of years when I've attended, I've seen some near misses, kids running out into the street. One side of traffic is for the parade, the other side is flowing, and I think it creates some safety issues. So I was hoping that we could get some police presence during the parade to help with that. I don't know if you want me just to talk to the chief on that or lieutenants or whatever. And maybe just some street closures for the small parade. It literally takes 5 or 10 minutes.
Is that a possibility?
Your Honor, Council, we plan on having 8 vehicles there for that parade that day.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I can add as well, the full street has been closed this year, and moving forward with any parade, the full street's closed. No one side will be open and the other side closed. So that's, a safety issue we took up a while back.
Great, thank you. And then just, I worked on a couple of things over the weekend, reading state statutes and bylaws and that kind of stuff, following up on budgets. But that's all I've done.
Okay, well, that doesn't sound like anything to say all I've done. Sounds like good work. Councilman Larson.
Your Honor, I have not attended any meetings since the last solid waste meeting that I attended in Lander, and I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Borders.
Your Honor, I didn't have a lot going on. I did attend the rec board meeting last night. It was really nice to be back. I hadn't served on that for a while, and I got a really warm reception, and I look forward to serving on that committee. And then I just wanted to mention something to citizens, because I've noticed it in my neighborhood, so I know it happens other places. So when you're blowing your leaves into the street, don't do that.
Thank you.
Please and thank you. It's very dangerous, not to mention the streets are full of leaves. And I didn't research the ordinance, but I know that we do have an ordinance against that, do we not?
I think if nothing else, it would probably fall under littering.
Yeah. Just being a good neighbor, so that's one thing I wanted to mention to people, just to, oh, and then yard waste, the last week for that is this coming week. So just wanted to remind people of that too.
Good reminder.
Other than that, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Council President Bailey.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did not have any official meetings. I was not yesterday, but the Monday before that, I went down to Cheyenne and testified at the Transportation Committee regarding some fuel tax stuff, and they wanted to know sort of all the things that went into fuel and pricing and all that, which is broad and deep, all kinds of different stuff. Everything from the price of oil to the geopolitical scenarios going on in the thing. So the bill they were thinking of presenting failed introduction, so I don't know if they're going to have anything coming or not. And then, again, Halloween was awesome. There was lots of people out. It was great to see. The city parking lot was full of trick-or-treaters, and so were the streets. And it's always fun to watch the kids and all the costumes and all that kind of stuff. And so that was really nice. Like I said, this next Tuesday is Veterans Day. They are putting on a Veterans Breakfast starting at 7 to about 9 o'clock before the parade. If you're interested in volunteering to help, let me know. The veterans folks put it on, but they need a little help here and there. So I was at Rotary today. We've got quite a few people coming, but if you're interested in helping, I'm sure there's plenty of work to be done. So, and then of course, on Thanksgiving, there's going to be a community Thanksgiving, lunch, brunch, whatever you want to call it. Where in the past, they did a lot of meals and delivered them. They're going to do less of that and actually have more of a sit-down dinner, and it's open to anybody that wants to come. And so they're working with some Soldiers House and some folks like that. They're going to deliver some meals, probably no more than about 100, and then the rest is going to be just to come and eat at the Heritage Center at the fairgrounds. And so again, Rotary's supplying the green bean casserole again. We're cooking it, and again, there's plenty of work for people if they want to volunteer. Serving and helping and clean up and all that kind of stuff, so.
And eating.
And eating, that's right.
You're not, I think it's important, sometimes people don't attend because they're like, I don't really know what it is, what's the program, what's going on, and it's just the community. Anyone is invited. You don't have to bring an ID, you don't have to show that you're in need. It's meant to be a time to get together and
Just
eat.
come and eat and enjoy some company, so. There'll be a lot of turkey and a lot of mashed potatoes and a lot of all kinds of stuff.
A lot of green bean
A
casserole
lot of green bean casserole.
from Rotary.
I'll guarantee you that.
Deviled eggs?
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to bring the deviled eggs?
You don't want my deviled eggs, trust me.
Are they more deviled than egg, or?
Yep.
Well, you can come peel.
That is the worst job.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councilman Bailey. All right, Mr. Butterfield, or are we ready with our youth council? Do we have an answer yet?
I do have an answer. He is, there was a mix-up. He's at the Career Center for FFA. So Royce, go ahead, you can tell them who he is and what his purpose is and everything.
All right, let's have the youth council come up and do their report then before the city administrator's report, if that's okay, Mr. Butterfield.
All right, so so once again, I am Royce Hancock. So I'm very glad to be back to talk with you all again for the second time of the RYC meeting with the City Council. Like always, we at the Riverton Youth Council are really trying to get on top of things. And before we jump in, I just want to highlight once again my gratitude towards Councilwoman Pearson and City Administrator Kyle Butterfield. They have definitely kept us in check wonderfully, prevented us from, kept us going to, meetings and stuff, reminded us of things. We love them. Without them, a lot of stuff wouldn't happen. So we very much so appreciate them. And I would like to personally thank all those who have attended and commented in our meetings and come with ideas. We will work better on how that goes in the future, but it is supposed to be public, so we do appreciate the comments, and we do appreciate if you guys have something you want to talk to us about, you guys can talk to us about it. So just so that I don't take up too much time, here are the highlights of what we've done. We don't have Riddick Robinson right now, but we can have James Pearson to start us off.
All right. Yeah, like you just said, I'm James Pearson. And I guess I am gonna be here to talk about the multi-sports committee we're doing for the rec center. Yeah, that's what it's called. About like for the different things that should be on and just talking about that. Also, about Go Riverton, which was like a website or like a page, an online page that someone came to talk to us about that includes a bunch of different details about things going on in the city and like events, which could be good for us to be able to post things up on there. And also, just going to talk about the rec center and how we want to be able to get that into, you know, be able to figure out ways to do that along with the sports committee that I'm on. Just figure out ways that we can combine the efforts to make that work. Yeah. I don't know. Are you going to talk about Riddick's thing?
Yeah. So on top of us kind of working on maybe having potential collaborations with the Go Riverton initiative and the sports committee, which actually we're doing. So we also had potential collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce. And I don't know her name. Cindy. Yeah, Cindy.
She's right behind you in the white.
Look, I know faces. I don't know names. So
Olson Roden.
Cindy Roden. All right.
Olson Roden.
Anyway, so we were just kind of working on. A lot of this was ideas. The fact that we had people come over and present at this last meeting ideas, and we got inspired, and we really just want to see how we can better do these collaborations, how we can work with them, how we can kind of take what they do and put it to our effort in these lower demographics. We had invited Capri Miller to work on that. And we still have a lot of efforts with Rails to Trails that we're trying to focus on. And specifically, we're really trying to work out a Riverton history walk that Danny Erb was able to learn about and really wants to support. Once again, we did have a lot of people who actually stood as representatives of the Riverton Youth Council, got candy, and Danny specifically was able to go and help pass it out. So just a pretty, like, it's only been one meeting because there was like a bunch of mix up with fifth week or whatever, but that's basically what has happened. So if there are any additional comments from you guys, like.
I do, Your Honor.
Councilwoman Johnson?
So I have had a couple of folks reach out to me regarding a program that other cities have. It's called a Snow Angels program with the impending weather coming up. And it's an amazing thing that they do. It's all on a volunteer basis, no payment of monies or anything like that. And what it is people that sign up or volunteer to help elderly that meet the requirements or disabled folks to get their sidewalk shoveled. I don't know if you want to put that in your bucket of things to look at, work on,
James is
implement.
great at that.
That kind of fun stuff, but I think it would be a wonderful program.
We're kids. We're young. We're spry. We can do that. We can
don't
show up and show out.
Yet.
That's
you
right. That's
We aren't about to be 43 like
this.
Mayor Hancock.
That old?
Oh. Did that. When's your birthday?
Called out.
Tomorrow.
Really? James's birthday's tomorrow.
I know.
Yeah.
James and I both know this.
You're not 43 tomorrow.
Hey, he is.
How do you know?
Anyway, that's
Was there when you were born.
Might have been there.
anyway. I think that is a wonderful idea.
If
And
you could look into it, figure out how to implement it, create it, get volunteers to sign up, I think that would be good youth engagement.
That's great.
But it's something worth looking at.
It's a good idea.
It's a
We spoke about that a little bit,
Yes.
I don't remember, earlier this year or something, January-ish, someone was saying, hey, is there anybody
were
that's
saying
willing to
that.
go out and volunteer? And I think the youth council, that'd be perfect.
There's
And-
a couple of different programs that I've looked at because I started looking at it, and I've printed off a bunch of stuff, so I might be able to make the meeting. We'll see. But there's a couple of different ways that it can go, and both were great. And if you look at both or what's out there and just integrate our own and make it our own, I think that would be something worth working on.
And it doesn't just have to be limited to the youth council, like with donating candy or whatever. Like,
Anybody can volunteer to help.
this could be us going out there and being like, hey, let's do this. Let's make this an enjoyable, but also like, teenagers are kind of crazy. But anyway,
I think the youth council stepping up and organizing it can be just as beneficial rather than just the youth council doing it. Getting the program together would be great. Sounds good.
Good idea.
Anything else from the council?
I just want to thank you for everything you do. It's great to have our youth involved, and you're both so cute. You're so appreciated. Thank you.
Keep up the good work. We appreciate you coming in and reporting, and you're doing good things.
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Oh, I was going to ask you two things, sorry, before you walk away. Number one, is the youth council going to be donating any of the items for the community Thanksgiving? Was that something you ended up following up with, or no?
We have our meeting tomorrow. Sorry, Your Honor. We have our meeting tomorrow. So Royce, can you put that down on the agenda? And we can even probably talk to the school about it. I know Key Club's doing things, but I don't know if they even get anything from the school. I think that,
If you want to have them get a hold of my wife, she's on that committee that's helping line stuff up, so can let them know
that's great.
if there's a need somewhere.
Even if it's not donating items, but being there and being labor might be helpful too.
Yep, we're on it.
Again,
Go ahead and write it
organize
down.
some helpers. Yes.
And the other thing is we're going to be considering tonight a resolution regarding the multi-sport complex committee, that we're getting that sorted out tonight in our initial members. We could put in the resolution that there would be members from the youth council. How many would you want to have as a part of that?
So the proposal was that we would have 2 people be on the committee, which would be James and Riddick. Riddick's not here, so I don't know how we're going to do that.
Mr. Pearson and Mr. Robinson.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's time to nominate them, as we're not here to argue.
Well,
I've done that. That's the reason
Whoa.
Haley is on the committee for the 250th anniversary of the United States. Okay,
Your Honor, that's why they chose to bring those two, well, Frederick's not here, but they had made that decision at a,
good.
previous meeting, yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hancock and Mr. Pearson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Butterfield, if you could give us your report. By the way, it sounds like they admire and appreciate your hard work there. You're doing good work.
Well, Your Honor, I believe in transparency, and they're very kind because I've missed a few meetings, and I do feel bad about that, but they've done great work, and I know Councilwoman Pearson Lewis supports them a lot. So thank you for the kind words, but I know I haven't been there as much as I would like. But I'm glad they're here tonight because, Mayor, I'd like to first wish you a happy birthday tomorrow, and Mr. Pearson as well. Okay, Your Honor, with that levity aside, I just want to commend our team and thank them for putting on the annual trick-or-treat activity at City Hall. It's one of the best activities I believe the city engages in. It's very fun to see the youth come out, and I do appreciate the efforts of our team for putting that on. I'd also like to announce that Ms. Harris and her team are beginning the process for liquor license renewals, and they'll be working with our local licensees on that renewal process and the notification process here in the very near future. We've reported on the wayfinding signs, but just to provide an update, 30% of those signs have been installed, so you probably have seen them around town. And as a reminder, those are the direct benefit of funds from the Visitor Council, and I think they're turning out nicely, so we look forward to the continued installment of those signs. I'd like to report that our police department is moving forward with the recently approved project with Axon as it relates to the police technology improvement. Again, that was a 5-year contract worth over $1 million, and our lieutenants that are here tonight, have done a wonderful job implementing that and deserve to be highlighted because they really worked hard in ensuring that they got the technology and then also that our teams were appropriately trained on it. Not only does that include new body-worn cameras for our officers, but they also have a new monitor installed in the dispatch area to ensure that there's appropriate communication and then also support for our officers who are out in the field. The police department issued a press release just yesterday to highlight some success as it relates to hard work that was put in over a period of time to ensure that an individual was arrested for a charge of murder. And we just want to say thank you for those efforts. That's not something I want to bring forward lightly because it is a serious topic when that happens in our community. But I'm very grateful that we have detectives and officers that stay dedicated, and this recent arrest just shows the efforts of the team in that regard. It's already been reported on the Planning Commission, but we always say we welcome the public at these committee meetings, and I just want to underline that when the committee has members of the public there, the committee functions better, and we appreciate it when those in the audience are here, and then also when those members of the public attend our meetings. There's been a lot of recent work as far as legislative engagement. I have the opportunity to serve on 2 legislative affairs committees and help ensure that the interests of the city are represented. Just today, the Corporations Committee, the Joint Corporations Committee met and considered 2 bills that are impactful on local governments. The first of which related to advocacy and lobbying. That bill was tabled, and we'll see if that comes off the table or if the committee chooses to meet again, but there are no future meetings of the Corporations Committee. The next item that came forward today was a bill that changes the public records request process. Testimony was very valuable to the committee, and I think it should be noted that everyone that testified ensured that transparency in government is a core principle of government. However, the new proposed legislation does change response times. It changes penalties as it relates to misfeasance or malfeasance, and we will continue to track that as this bill is moving out of committee and will go towards the full session this winter. Appropriations is also considering important bills. Of course, their first job, especially this year, is to focus on the state budget, as they will lead the charge in many ways this winter. But they're also working with several stakeholders on sales tax allocation ratios, especially as it relates to sales tax that goes to support state functions and sales tax that goes to support municipal functions. The proposal is to amend the current ratio and then also potentially discuss changes to the direct distribution allocation that we as a local government definitely rely upon to support operations and capital improvements every single year. So we will continue to pay attention to those legislative efforts and definitely thank our elected officials at the local and state levels for their efforts in that regard. Ensuring I don't miss anything, I just want to check my list, but the last item that I had that I wanted to bring up was I think it's appropriate to recognize Miss Olson Roden in the audience. I know she's mentioned she's been with the chamber for a year, and I don't know if that is, it's sometime soon. But thank you for your service. We really appreciate what you've done at the chamber, and thank you for your continued attendance here and partnership. Your Honor, I don't have anything else.
All right, thank you. I'll start off by reminding everybody to lock your car doors, please. We've recently had multiple vehicles that have been stolen throughout the county. Some have been returned due to some pretty quick action by law enforcement and others. But the easiest way to ensure that your vehicle is not going to be stolen is to lock your doors, please. I know that we wish that that weren't the case, but I would just say, please be aware there is an uptick in that. And although we've been lucky enough to have people that have been caught, we're not always so lucky. So please remember to lock your doors. I know that it gets cold at times. We want to leave our vehicles running. Whatever it is that you do, there's been a lot of folks that have been coming with vehicles that have been running and then just driving off with them. So take care of your property. Appreciate the hard work from Mr. Michaud in regards to some property that we've been working with to try to get arranged in terms of having some issues with proper, I guess, maintenance of property, trying to be delicate.
Code enforcement violation.
There we go. That's probably just as easy. We've been working on that. We're getting close to a resolution and appreciate your hard work trying to get that moving along, Mr. Michaud. Would also note, for those who are driving on Main Street, you may notice that we have a new light pole, where we have one that had been damaged a couple of, I don't know, it's been a year, 2 years? It's been 2 years. 2 years ago, and we have a new decorative light pole up, so I would ask you not to hit it, please, so it can stay up. I'm sounding like I'm lecturing people, but we've had a lot of things like that going on, so please be careful. The other thing I would note, and Mr. Michaud would be able to probably report better on this one, but we do have the Riverton State Office Building Committee that had met recently. I was not able to attend, Mr. Michaud did, and had discussed their intentions with regard to property that's over there. I don't know if you want to comment on that, Mr. Michaud, but the U.S. Energy Building is going to be future site of the Riverton State Office Building. And across the street there on Sunset, they're going to have, at least the plan right now is, to also have that property and I guess have CDL training, that kind of thing there, testing there at that location. So exciting things coming here, and appreciate you attending and giving us the update on that. I was also able to attend the trick-or-treat here at City Hall. I was not able to find Mr. Butterfield until I realized he was dressed up as Waldo. Then, after I asked, "Where's Waldo?" I found him. It was a good costume. It was a lot of fun to give out candy there. I would note that that is something that I look forward to every year. One of my favorite things to do. We had added a new event to that was for city employees, a chili cook-off. I was not able to attend that, which is regrettable. CSO Jeff Manning apparently won, which was great. Kurt Cooper, who's one of our IT specialists. I don't remember your title. Is it Kurt back there or Adam today? Kurt. You don't have to come in and tell us. And then we have Rewa, who also, it was your department really that did a lot of good work.
Yay.
Nice. We should have a department award, right? So that sounded like it was a lot of fun, and I appreciate that. I will say too, I was really glad there were a lot of trick-or-treaters out. That was fun. Right there on Big Bend, there's so many people that are parked, and it gets a little crazy. But, you know, every year, despite how busy it is there, thank goodness people are careful. I think they tend to take it slow, and that's good. But we had a lot of trick-or-treaters at our house, a lot of trick-or-treaters at City Hall, and definitely continue to invite people to do that and love doing that every year. We have FCAG coming up on the 17th, and so we'll report back after that meeting. Completely separate note, my Facebook account was deleted, not by myself, by Meta. I don't know what I did or who I angered, but if you're wondering, why do I not see cheerful, wonderful Facebook posts from Mayor Hancock? It's because Meta deleted it. It was hacked or something. I don't know. There was somebody who had gotten onto my Facebook account from Jordan or something, and they sent me an email and said, hey, did you try to log in? And I was like, no, I did not. And then they sent something to verify my age, ironically enough. And I clicked on that, and then it said, oh, you're being deleted because you're in violation of our rules. Clicked on appeal, and then they said your appeal was denied. I'm going to tell you, I don't miss it. It's been like a week and a half. I don't miss it one bit. If you're thinking, oh, maybe you should set up a new Facebook page, I don't intend to. Meta doesn't want me. I don't want them. So anyway, in case you were wondering, which I know nobody here was, that's what happened. Okay, next up then, we'll have citizens' comments. Anyone in the audience wishing to address the council on an item that is set for a public hearing, you will be given an opportunity to speak during that public hearing. However, if you wish to speak about an item that's not set for a public hearing, something that just you want to bring to our attention for whatever reason, please feel free to come up now to comment on it. I would ask that in either event, whether you speak during the public hearing or you speak now, you can also speak when we have an agenda item that's up. If you'd like to get up when there's an agenda item that you'd like to speak on, once that agenda item is called, once we're in council discussion, if you'd like to speak about it, then you are definitely welcome to as well. In either event, I'd ask you to keep your comments to 5 minutes for individuals, 10 minutes for a group. I'd ask you to split that time up between all the members of your group. If you do speak to the council, regardless of when it is, I'd ask you to address all comments and questions to me as a matter of parliamentary procedure. Refrain from making comments of a personal nature about another individual or group. Ask that you avoid personal criticism, ridicule, name-calling, fighting words, obscene language, or other language that would be disruptive to the meeting. But if you'd like to come up and speak, now's your chance. If you could tell us your name and if you're with a group, what group you're with.
Good evening, my name is Brenda Moore, and I live at 429 Elizabeth Drive. I'm here tonight to express the frustration and stress I have endured for over a year living at this address. My neighbors beside me began piling up garbage in their backyard about a year ago, and this past January, I finally made my first complaint to a city administrator. I was told it would be less than a few months to get it taken care of, but here it is November, and I still have to deal with the unsightliness and unsanitary condition of their garbage. When a strong wind whips up, especially coming from the west, as I live on their east side, I feel stress wondering how much garbage and what kind of refuse will blow into my yard. This neighbor house has not had power or water since this past March or April, and for months and months, some people that frequent there urinate and defecate outside in the yard. I've had to pick up toilet paper and other times wonder if the paper I am picking up was used for that purpose. After they lost their water, they turned to coming to houses and turning on outside faucets. I had to have locks put on my 3 outside spigots. One needed reinforcement as the first lock was inadequate, and I came home from work to find the handle left on and a significant trickle of water coming out of it, making a muddy mess of the foundation of my house. Several to many people have been passed out in their yard. One February, a knifing took place across the street from my house, with people having come from the neighbor house. The next February, I had to clean pools of blood off my driveway and a trail that went to my steps, and even had to pick up a gelatinous glob of blood left there after a fight at the neighbors moved over to my driveway when I wasn't home. On 2 separate occasions, an individual from that home or individuals, backed into my 10 to 12-foot tall bushes that broke more than half a dozen of my cherished trunks and branches. Many times I've heard the sounds of retching coming from that place. A resident on the other side of this home in question has to endure the smell of the open sewer, the trash, and the horribly stained mattresses that were thrown into their backyard. Early this summer, I felt like I could not be gone overnight because I needed to stay home and protect my property. Many, many nights and days, there have been loud partying to contend with, and I've had drunks come to my door for me to deal with. One surreptitiously tried to enter into my front door. Perhaps he wasn't associated with that house, or it was dark and I didn't see him come to my house. But most likely he was, and I believe he was the one I was served a subpoena for to testify against him in a trial that was later canceled. Last week, I was cited for allowing my cat to be at large. Allegedly, he urinated and defecated in another neighbor's yard, and I am surely faced with a fine or having to surrender him if I don't get him contained. But how ironic is that? When the neighbors beside me urinate and defecate, allow trash to blow all over, but never seem to suffer the consequences for their actions. I've texted, spoken in person, and over the phone with some of our city officials, mostly about the garbage, but I am not convinced enough has been done. I did appreciate the city's attempt with placing a large garbage receptacle in the alley for the neighbors to use, but apparently that did not induce the neighbors to clean up their yard. I still like the former owner of this house and her adult children. We have a good relationship for many years, and I'm sorry their lives devolved into this. I wish them a better life. The biggest problem concerning people at that house is a large number of people who have come and gone over all these months. It seems to be a parade of different people in and out for varying amounts of time. And in answer to one city official asked me, what do you want us to do, eliminate them? I want to say no. I do not want them cruelly eliminated, whatever that meant. I see them as humans. And I've spent hundreds of dollars over the years helping them in some ways, mostly in aiding and taking care of their own cats, but not solely. As a tax-paying citizen, I don't feel I was given the regard and help merited by this horrendous living situation. Why has this been allowed to go on for so long? I understand there are laws allowing people to stay in foreclosed homes for several months, but aren't there laws against piling up garbage and urinating and defecating in your yard? If you live beside this, would you have allowed this to go on month after month after month? A few weeks ago, when a long strand of toilet paper was on their property, poised to blow over to my property, I used a shovel and dug up a chunk of dirt to put over it because it was too much for me to have to pick it up by hand. That's when I texted the mayor again with pictures, and I'd texted many photos prior to this incident, and actually begged him for help. The stress of this living situation is clearly untenable. One major reason I'm here tonight is to plead with the city to get that household yard cleaned up very soon. If it's the mortgage company's responsibility, because the mortgage company apparently has taken over it, please make sure they do it thoroughly and soon. As rains wash the human waste and thawing snows further the process, some of it will likely end up in the alley I share with them and run down the street in front of my house, as the only drain on the whole block is at the corner of my property. In addition, there's an elementary school across the street. The whole yard is a biohazard that children or anyone else should not have to contend with. I have copies of a letter that many people in the neighborhood signed last summer. I have many photos to show if you'd like to see them. I will end with a plea to the city to please clean up the biohazard that is in my neighbor's yard, for that weighs more heavily on my mind, even beyond the criminal activity that took place just last night, and even be at this residence, and even beyond the drugs and alcohol that create situations that occur there. I am really tired of the biohazard part. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Your Honor.
Sure.
Brenda, thank you so much for coming tonight. I really appreciate you being here and saying those things. And just know that, you know, I know that you and I have been in contact a lot. And Mr. Gary over there, just this week has taken care of at least the one step of this. But you're right that the cleaning up of it is the next step, and we will be taking care of that. And we are aware of it, right, Gary? Like, and so just know that, you know, because you are in Carla and I are our ward, and we will make sure that happens. So, okay, and just stay in contact with us. I know, and we're sorry. I'm sorry. I know you are, and I know. I can't imagine that. Yeah.
But my big thing is just, I don't like people defecating.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
It is, the guy that lives on the other side really gets it even worse than me.
Yes, I've talked to him too, and it's really not good. And Mr. Butterfield and I have even discussed like what to do if this ever happens again, and some future thoughts and everything. So just know that, and it sounds hollow to say like we're thinking and we're trying, you know, but we don't want this to ever happen to anyone again. And this is a very sad and sorry thing, but we do have thoughts about how to prevent it in the future, and we will help you and take care of you.
Okay, well, I hope it's soon before the snow flies.
So do we. Okay, yes.
Mr. Sollers.
Your Honor, I could provide a little bit of history on the actions that the city has taken. First off, these people have been cited and brought into court on 2 separate occasions. With regards to these problems, they were found guilty. They were issued the maximum fine. That was last spring. The property then went into foreclosure, was foreclosed upon by a mortgage company. Once they foreclosed on it, they get a certificate of sale, but no right of possession. That remains with the occupants for 3 months. After the 3 months, then it proceeds to an additional month for creditors. I've been in contact with the attorney who did the foreclosure. One, they were waiting to get the sheriff's deed in order to initiate the forcible entry and detainer to evict these people. I believe it was late last week when the sheriff's office notified me that in fact they had received the sheriff's deed and they were issuing it. The attorney for the mortgage company says they're already authorized by the client to start a forcible entry and detainer action. So with regards to your hoping something happens soon, if they follow through on what they have told us, then they should be doing the 3-day notice to quit. If they don't leave, then they'll initiate forcible entry and detainer. That takes 6 to 12 days to get into court. At the end of that 12 days, then the occupants are given 2 days to vacate. If they don't, the sheriff throws them out. It will then become the problem of the mortgage holder. They're well aware of what the city expects of them, and that is to go in and clean this property up immediately when they get full possession back.
I'd like to comment. Yes, Gary, and thanks, he has kept me up to date about that.
Ms. Moore, could you come up to the microphone?
I apologize.
No, that's okay.
Gary has kept me up to date about some of that, and thank you. So I understand some of what you said. And I know there's state laws that after it's been foreclosed on, the people can stay there for months. I get that. But my concern is, okay, once they're out, once the mortgage company takes over, are they going to clean this up? Because they're not a local company. So do they care about Riverton? So I'm just asking, even above all the garbage that has been there month after month, beyond all the partying, the alcohol, the drugs. Last night there was an incident that I'm not even sure I should talk about that happened, but I was concerned for my safety. And I'm usually not that concerned. I'm usually not frightened about what goes on over there. But there was an incident last night. But out of all of that, I just want that open sewer cleaned up. It really bothers me.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
Your Honor, I
Mr.
think,
Scholars.
I think Gary can speak to that because I believe both he and I have spoken to the mortgage company and that we've put a fire under him. So go ahead if you want to.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thanks, Brenda. Yeah, so they've begun the eviction process, and I've had several conversations with the company, sent them a formal letter, and they are very aware of the situation and are just waiting until they can start cleaning it up. Yes.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
I know this isn't my ward, but could we get some kind of commitment from the mortgage company, who they're hiring and when they intend on being there? So she has a general idea of when that will get cleaned up. And in the event that they don't have somebody on hand, is that something that the city can assist with?
Your Honor, I think there's, timeline here is not very specific. It's not exact dates, but we can absolutely work with them and work on making sure the property gets cleaned.
And that's it depends on, it really depends on how fast the court sets it, and then after that, depends on how the court decides if the notice to quit isn't enough. So the process is, there's a notice to quit that's posted that says you have to get out of here, and then that, if they leave, great. If they don't, then it has to go to a hearing. Those hearings sometimes get delayed, may or may not rule in favor of the plaintiff. And so at this point, it's just taking it one step at a time. And the problem is, and we've talked about this previously, is we're frankly surprised it's taken this long to get to this step. This is the step that we thought we would be at months ago, or at least weeks ago.
I understand that there's a legal process to go through and it can be time consuming, but to give her some peace of mind, I would nail them down to who are you going to have clean this up? Who have you enlisted to clean this up? Because they should be called immediately the second they step foot out that door. That's horrible. That's absolutely horrible. And we should have, or be able to give her some kind of peace of mind. Who are they going to hire to clean that up? We should be apprised of that information.
So, and Your Honor, and Councilwoman Johnson, one of the things that we've talked about with the chief and the future issues, and the issue that the city being able to do it right now, is that we don't have an abatement money in our budget to be able to do that. Am I correct on this?
Yes, that's correct for the city, but in terms of the obligation, and so this is part of the whole process that's been so complicated about this, and it's a blessing, but it's a curse. The fact that the foreclosure occurred
Yes.
is a blessing in the sense that it means we're able to address this by having somebody else that will be going in there and taking over the property.
But then it gets.
The curse is,
Yeah.
it's taken months, and that whole process has been very difficult. The property owner is responsible for cleaning up the property. The city could step in and clean the property. The problem is, with the title being kind of up in the air, that's created some of that issue for the last couple of months. Now, for right now, Councilwoman Johnson is correct. The obligation is on the mortgage company, which they're well aware of their obligation. That's been repeatedly told to them in terms of their obligation, and they have a financial incentive to take care of it. For someone to be threatened with further fines or having to pay back the city for nuisance abatement that's financially insolvent, it's not much of a threat. If it's a company that has to then report to their stock holders that if this doesn't get done, we're going to be responsible for paying this money on a regular basis, whatever it might turn into, it's a little bit more of a threat. So that's what I mean by kind of some of the idea of a blessing and a curse. I do agree we've not had money that we have set aside for nuisance abatement, nor do I think that we have been able to feel comfortable with that with some of the title issues. I would also note that if we were going to abate a nuisance in this sort of situation, probably what the city would do would be to hire it out.
Yeah.
And then we would seek to have the company pay us back. And that would be probably the next step if this doesn't get abated by the property owner in a timely manner. That would be the next step for the city. But And the whole thing gets convoluted, and I don't want to take too much more time of the meeting on this, but I am very sorry that this has been a frustrating experience. Very stressful, frustrating, and to add to it all, having the incident last night. That's not at all what we want to be occurring.
Your Honor,
Councilman Bailey.
and again, without drawing this out longer, I would assume that most of these foreclosure and all those laws are all state laws that we have to follow. But I guess it'd be nice to look to see if there is something we can do city ordinance-wise, if we can tighten some things up, because this is not the only house in town that we've had issues with. Now, I have specific knowledge of this house and that it has been a problem, and I'm sure PD could probably give you a list as long as this room. But I know that 15 years ago, it was known as a flop house then. And I don't think it's gotten a bit better since. And so this has not just happened overnight. And I guess we have to figure out a way to make it uncomfortable for people to not take care of their property and, continuous police calls and, all that kind of stuff. So I don't, we did it with the rental and made it to where the property owner got notified. And again, you get somebody that's broke and not paying their house payment, I don't know what you're going to do to them, but.
So
That's the problem here that's different from some of the other properties that we've dealt with, is when you have someone that's financially insolvent, and really what we have as a tool available for nuisance abatement and for violations of the city ordinance in regards to nuisance and that kind of thing is fines.
Yeah.
And when somebody's already not paying their rent, they're not going to be paying their fines, and that's not much of a threat. So I do think that as much as we can, looking at different alternatives or things we can do, whatever that might be, if there's a code-based solution, I think the council would be welcome to it.
well,
Or could WHAM maybe look at shooting something to the state to tighten this process up so that these things can be, taken care of? I mean,
Well, in some of the process too, I think if I'm not mistaken, and Mr. Solers could correct me if I'm wrong, but some of the process in terms of foreclosure kind of ties into some of the federal law too, that we have very little ability to, as
It
a
is-
small town.
It is tied in, and the whole process in part is based upon a due process, that even though you foreclose, it's got to be done properly, there's got to be the right notices, and then the due process is they get 90 days to redeem the property if they want to keep it. So it's constitutionally based as well as other federal laws as well on fair housing.
So I think looking at possible code-based solutions, I think that's a great idea. If we have possible ideas for ways to do this, I think we could talk about it. I just don't know what they would be right now with this being the situation that it is.
So, Your Honor, if I may, and I'll try to cut it kind of short, but skipping the foreclosure issue, because this does make it completely different, but if we went back to, just the issue of the house with no sewer, no water, going back to that issue, we've talked to, I've been talking to Mr. Butterfield, and the issue really is the fact that defecating in a house and that sort of thing is not like a safe or shouldn't.
Sanitary.
It's a public.
Yeah, this is a
sanitation concern.
public health issue. That's really where this needs to be at, and that's kind of what we've been talking about, and that's probably where the code needs to be centered around, is like a public health issue, and that's really where we need to put the code and where we need to
Your Honor,
deal with that.
Yes, sir.
do we have the power to condemn?
That's what I was going to ask.
That gets into a lot more complicated and
Well,
That's kind of what we're.
a single-family dwelling, owner-occupied, is a sacred, cherished possession in the state of Wyoming and in the federal guidelines.
and in the city of
But-
Riverton.
But if it doesn't have water and it doesn't have electricity, is it safe for inhabitation.
Part of the complication with this case is, again, the way that the title worked, in terms of it being passed to where the people that are living there don't have title to the property. But then, at least for the last 2 months, the people that have purchased it don't have the title to the property. It's been a convoluted mess, and I don't know. And when you're condemning property, you've got to have a little bit more clarity about the title.
Oh, yeah.
So I think all of this is good. If we want to have a complete work session on this or something and discuss it to a larger extent and come up with some different ideas, I would welcome that. But part of the issue is there's only so much that we can do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you have it where we have a sheriff's sale. Then after the sheriff's sale, they have 3 months. And then after those 3 months, here we are thinking, and we had conversations about this, saying after those 3 months, we should be able to get things going. And we only just recently had the title that has now been passed to the new owners in November. When 2 months ago, I just, there's a lot of complications to this that I don't know how much we can do about, but I welcome the conversation. I just think it's gonna, at this point, it's not something that's on the agenda. I appreciate the feedback and the responses and the discussion from the council, but we do have other business to get to at this meeting. And I guess would say that if we want to have further discussion, let's have it be at another meeting and actually have it be something that we have as an agenda item.
Just one more quick thing. When you were speaking, I heard her talk about her being fearful of her safety, and I'm assuming that it's been set up extra patrol in that area or routine additional patrols. If it's not, Lieutenant Wharton or Lieutenant Martinson, maybe setting that area up for additional patrols, because it sounds like there's all kinds of activity going on there aside from the legalities of the ownership of the house.
Ma'am, we are in that area at least every couple of hours of every shift, every day.
Perfect.
We're going by it, and we pick off whatever we can legally within the criminal aspect of the law, do what we can do, so.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for being here, Ms. Moore. Thank you for engaging us in some discussion. And come on up to the mic. I believe you.
And my obsession again is I don't like people defecating over there, but where they do it, and there is a bunch of toilet paper, it's maybe 5 to 10 yards to 4th Street. And then across from 4th Street is the school, Rendezvous.
Yes.
And the other night, I was walking on the other side of the street, and there's something white. I'm like, boy, I don't know if it blew over from those neighbors. But kids walk by there, parents drive by there. I mean, it's a biohazard for the kids. So if we can tell the mortgage company, whoever's got to clean up, but that's a sense of urgency, at least if it's not for us that live right by it, at least for those kids, because that's too close to the street. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else? Ms. Olson-Roden, the mysterious person who doesn't have a name.
That's what she looks like.
Yeah.
He's so cute. Mayor and council. Oh, sorry. Just a little update about what's going on with the chamber. We had, we've got 3 events, 3 weeks in a row here, which doesn't always happen like this, but last week we had a great after-hours networking at Teton Therapy. That's an annual event there at their business because October is physical therapy month. I don't know why I can't say that. So they like to have theirs every October. We must have had 70 or 80 people there. It was great attendance. This Friday, we have our Lunch and Learn, which is the top one on the packet. I'm excited about this one because I have some representatives from the unemployment division at Workforce Services coming up from I can't remember, it's Casper or Cheyenne, but they are going to talk to businesses about navigating the unemployment system for businesses, employers, not the recipients. I've been told, and I do remember this experience when I owned my business, when someone files for unemployment on you and you do the paperwork, and if they're granted the unemployment and you try to appeal, it's very convoluted and you don't very often win your appeal. Very difficult to navigate. So these people are coming to talk to businesses about how to navigate that system. It's not about the recipients, it's about the businesses. So I'm excited about that. Then next week, well, let me go chronological here. So I don't remember if I mentioned, the chamber was asked if we would be involved with the Egg Appreciation Banquet again. We had been years ago, and with the changes in the chamber for several years, a committee kept that going. So this year we got involved with that again, and that is this Saturday. So we're pretty excited about that. Should be a good event. I've learned a lot, even though I know nothing about egg or anything. I'm a town kid, always a town kid. But that's been interesting, and I've appreciated that different angle and different connections with that. So next week we have our after hours right again. It just fell this way. 2 weeks later, this one's going to be, that's the second sheet in what I passed around, at Haskell's Furniture and with Rendezvous Dental. So that should be a good one. And then in about the 19th of November, we are kicking off a Shop Local promotion for retailers. It's going to be a great promotion, and I'm really excited about that as well. It's a 5-week promotion where we have certain businesses that have bought in for a minimal amount of money. Shoppers go in to these businesses, and their purchase of at least $30 or more, they turn in a receipt to the chamber, either digitally or in person. And each week for 5 weeks, we will pick a receipt out of all those receipts turned in. That person wins $250 in chamber bucks. So 5 weeks, we're giving away $250 in chamber bucks. So they have to shop at these businesses and then turn around and the prizes go, or the prize money has to be at a chamber person as well. So looking forward to that. And our 250 quincentennial, we have a meeting next week. So the next council meeting, we'll be able to report and tell you how that's going. We've got some ideas coming back and forth through email, so
And you
that
have
should be.
folks from the youth council that are working with you on that.
Yes, we will. I'm going to their meeting tomorrow, so I'm hoping to get one of them to be able to visit with us if they can attend the meeting.
And Councilman Bailey has been attending regularly.
Yes.
Councilwoman Borders as well.
Kyle and Carl.
And Councilman Larson.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you for appointing those.
Yeah, I think it was just, we were like, we're gonna, Mike wasn't here, I know that much.
Oh, and Mr. Michaud is also going to be involved.
Perfect.
So,
Good.
yeah.
Well, excited for your report, thank you.
Thank you. Hope your evening doesn't go too long.
Thanks. Anyone else? Okay. Consent agenda. Ms. Harris, could you please read the consent agenda items by title only?
Yes, Your Honor. Minutes of the October 21st, 2025 regular council meeting, minutes of the October 21st, 2025 executive session, minutes of the October 4th, 2025 Finance Committee meeting, Finance Committee recommendations from November 4th, 2025, replat of lots 11 and 12, original town of Riverton, Block 49, and daycare license approval, Little Hands, Big Hearts.
All right, thank you. Mr. or Councilman Carr, item requiring further discussion from the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Finance Committee met at 6:48 PM tonight and recommend approval of claims to be paid in the amount of $1,205,664.84. Manual checks in the amount of $585.02. Payroll and liabilities for October 17th and October 31st, 2025, in the amount of $832,119.47 for a total of $2,063,369.33.
All right. I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Larson with the motion, Councilman Bailey with the second. Further discussion on those items? I guess, just to be clear, I think this is the approval of the daycare license approval was contingent upon receiving final approval of the State of Wyoming child care license. Is that correct? Okay.
Your Honor, that is correct. We haven't received any further notice on whether that's taken place or not, but it's still conditional.
All right, I just wanted to make clear, since that's listed as an agenda item, that that's the contingency there. Okay, anything else? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. I vote aye. Motion passes. Consideration of resolution number 1534, creation of Riverton Activity and Ice Center Committee. Mr. Butterfield.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me just make sure I pull up the appropriate report. The resolution before you tonight creates the committee that was recently discussed by the council. Essentially, we're calling it the Rendezvous Activity Center Committee, as I believe that's the direction you'd like to go with the name of it, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this committee is to serve in an advisory capacity to you as this governing body, to continue to assess community needs and explore the design and programming opportunities of a potential multi-sport facility. It will also identify potential funding sources for that facility. This committee and this resolution mirrors those that have been successful in the past. For example, the Parks Committee or the Community Engagement Committee, where folks in the community were able to come out and focus on a problem and provide valuable recommendation to you as a council. It's proposed currently with the resolution that the committee will consist of one member of the city council nominated by the mayor and 6 to 8 community members appointed by the mayor with the consent of the city council. The city administrator is also listed as an ex officio member or their designee to provide technical and administrative support. Again, the purpose of this is to evaluate the existing recreational opportunities in Riverton, to further discussion on the feasibility study that was delivered to you, address funding opportunities, and explore any other public or private partnership that could move this initiative forward. I would note that from just the roundtable discussion tonight, it sounds as though you may want to amend the resolution to include the addition of youth council members. And so in order to do that, you'll just need to include that in your motion to amend that in. And with that, Your Honor, we'd be happy to support any discussion or questions you have.
Thank you. Ms. Harris, could you please read Resolution 1534 by title only?
Certainly. Resolution number 1534, a resolution of the governing body of the City of Riverton establishing the Rendezvous Activity Center Committee to coordinate with recreation stakeholders, explore sources of revenue, and make recommendations to the Riverton City Council regarding a multi-sport facility.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion to adopt Resolution number 1534, possibly with amendment recognizing we want to have 2 individuals from the Riverton Youth Council as designated by the council, I suppose.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilwoman Borders, second by Councilman Bailey. I guess to be clear, what's your motion?
What you said, with the additional amendment,
Okay, so with the addition of 2 youth council members,
yes.
okay. Would that be easy enough to put that language in without having to have it precise right now? Okay, thank you. Councilman Bailey?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on that? We have it set with 6 to 8 members. My proposal, which is the next agenda item is to appoint 7. And that would leave us room to have some people that would come in, come off, whatever that might be, I think was the thought process.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
if I may as well, this resolution does not put a sunset on this committee. I did that on purpose, so this committee will serve until you disband it by resolution. It also does not address terms of the members that you may appoint, but I believe that can be handled through the bylaws that the resolution does require to be created. But I wanted to bring that up in case you would like to have that outlined specifically in this resolution.
That's an interesting thing. One of the things that I think was beneficial, and my hope would be that this could start to look like what happened with the hospital. You have a small group of dedicated individuals who see something through to the end, which requires some stick-to-itiveness and a long-term focus. But that may or may not happen. Things change. And even the hospital committee had a few changes with it as the time went by. But I think having that be something where they can develop the bylaws and provide for that, I think that's sufficient for my part. Anyone that feels differently, though, I mean,
Could you put something there, like if membership falls to 4 or less people, that it's automatically disbanded? If
could
you
be
lose,
something they put in the bylaws. I don't know if we'd necessarily.
you wouldn't need to put that in the resolution.
I worry about that, but you're correct to a certain extent. If it did fall to fewer than 4 people,
It just shows.
clearly there's not an interest.
Yeah.
That gets into some complication for, what does that look like, right? Is it that they're not attending or, yeah.
Your Honor, excuse me, Councilman.
No, go ahead.
I would just say in response to Councilwoman Johnson's comment, should someone resign, you have opportunity to advertise and replace that person. If there's no interest and you're finding that membership truly is so low, you could bring forward another resolution to simply disband it.
That's a good point.
Your Honor, I wonder if you could name a certain number of members and a couple of alternates that could step in if someone were to, kind of like we do with some of the other boards that we have.
I like that
And
one.
then you could advertise, to replace them.
Keep it going.
We also could, I mean, the point is 6 to 8 members. You could read that as the possibility of 8 regular members, or you could read that as 6 regular members, 2 alternates.
Alternates, yeah.
So
You're
some
on.
of that could be fleshed out.
I think a lot of that could be addressed again with the bylaws that they'll create for their own committee. Would we approve those bylaws? I guess that would be my question.
That's typically what we've done in the past, I think, is have approved bylaws, but we don't have to. The resolution just says that they will develop the bylaws. It doesn't say we have to approve them.
Your Honor, I believe if you want that to be specific, you could bring that into this resolution, that they have to have those approved by you. Right now, it's ambiguous. It just says they have to establish them. It does not say with your consent and approval.
What do we think?
Friendly amendment?
You'd move to amend it to
Yeah.
include that the bylaws would be approved by the
By
city
the city,
council?
yeah.
Anybody second that amendment?
Second.
That motion to amend? So we have a motion by Councilman Bailey, a second by Councilman Carr to amend the resolution to include a requirement the bylaws be approved by the city council. Any other discussion on the amendment only? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. I vote aye. Motion for amendment passes. We're back on the main motion. Did you have something? Okay. Motion to amend was by Councilman Bailey, second by Carr. Any other discussion? Okay, are we clear enough on a couple of those changes? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. I vote aye. Motion passes. Appointment of Riverton Activity and Ice Center Committee members. City Administrator's report, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. In relationship to the resolution you just adopted, you have opportunity now to consider the letters of interest that were submitted and the mayor's recommendation to appoint. Letters of interest were received from Mary Axhelm, Raquel Dennison, Brittany Howell, Cindy Olson-Roden, Zach Sanders, or Saunders, I'm not sure how that's pronounced, Jesse Smith, and Addie Thomas. These individuals are excited to serve, and included in your packet are their letters of interest. And so it is now the council's opportunity to consider the mayor's recommendation to appoint each of the individuals that submitted interest. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. I'd entertain a motion to concur with the appointment of Mary Axthelm, Raquel Dennison, Brittany Howell, Cindy Olson-Roden, who, by the way, sent her letter in like within hours. Just so you know. Zach Sanders, Jesse Smith, and Addie Thomas.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Councilman Bailey, second by Councilman Larson. Any other discussion? I guess we could also add to the motion that we, who do we want to have serve from the council? I know you had volunteered previously, Mr. Bailey.
We're doing one or?
That would be
more?
fine.
We were planning on just having one. It doesn't mean that we can't have other people attend, though, and be a part of it. We could easily add Councilwoman Pearson Lewis as another member.
I would love to.
Is that your motion?
I would love to volunteer if
So you have a motion for you to be added as a member of the committee.
I move to add one more member in the
We have a second for that.
council.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Rebecca Pearson Lewis, second by Councilwoman Carla Borders to add to our group Rebecca Pearson Lewis. And then also, usually we've done an appointment and voted on that later, but motion was also to add Mike Bailey as the individual from City Council as well.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
perhaps just for clarification, so that we're tracking this, especially for the minutes, we have 7 community members that you want to appoint, and then Councilmember Bailey you'd like to appoint as the city council representative. And then are you proposing that Councilwoman Johnson serve as a regular member?
Not Johnson.
Excuse me.
Pearson Lewis.
I don't do boards and committees, but go ahead.
Please forgive that slip, Councilwoman Pearson Lewis. I'm sorry about that. So are you recommend that she serve as a regular member?
What do you think, Councilwoman Pearson Lewis? We could have you as a regular member that goes towards the 6 to 8, would put us up at 8, actually. Or if we were to add you as a council person who's a rep on that, we would probably want to go back and change the resolution.
I'm fine as a regular member. I mean,
Okay.
Then, Your Honor, I wonder if it begs the question if a member of the council can serve as a regular member.
What's your concern there?
Liaison.
They're an advisory board. They're an advisory board that makes recommendations to the council. Seems almost like a conflict for them to serve, making a recommendation and then voting on that recommendation.
I think as a liaison, if we have 2 liaisons, that's about
We have had committees that have 2 liaisons. I can think of the Solutions Committee in particular. I can't think of anything where we've had 2
The
other than that.
engagement.
Rec board, we usually have 2.
We do have 2
The
on the rec
engagement
board.
had 2.
Your Honor, and I appreciate this opportunity to have clarification. The resolution you just passed was specific that it would be 1 member of the city council. If you want 2, you may want to change the resolution you just adopted.
Okay, here's what I would say we do. I would think, number 1, are we going to let's just withdraw the motion if we can. Councilwoman Pearson Lewis, Councilwoman Borders, is that okay?
Yep.
Withdraw the motion for that amendment. We appoint these individuals, go back to the resolution, get that addressed, and we can vote on that again with that modification. But let's get this as our regular members, and then
Are you talking about just
Yep.
making them liaisons to the
gotta make it
Yeah,
different.
we
Committee?
both of them liaisons. But here's the question, once we get done with the regular membership here, we'll have to,
And we can
if we
amend the
withdraw
original.
that motion, then that means that this is just the motion is just for these individuals listed. Then we would have to have a motion and a second to reconsider the resolution for modification. After we have that reconsideration, if there is a motion and second in that regard, then we could make that modification if there's a majority vote. Then we could come back and have someone else appointed. Fair enough?
Just a quick question. You said it's 7 to 9,
6 to 8.
6 to 8, and does that include the 2 youth council members on there?
No, we already said 6 to 8, and there would be 2 members of the youth council that would be as designated by the council. So you're going to have 6 to 8 plus the 2 youth council members plus 2 city council members.
So does that need to be modified in the,
That would need to
That's
be
what we're doing.
modified in the resolution if we had a motion to reconsider. Okay, so let's get the community members voted on now, and then if there's a vote for that to reconsider, we can handle that then. So, any other discussion about this committee, the regular committee members that would actually be the voting members?
Call for the question.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes.
Your Honor,
Yes.
move to reconsider item number 11, consideration of resolution 1534.
Second.
I have a motion to reconsider item 11 by Councilman Carr, second by Councilman Bailey. Any other discussion? Okay, do we have to vote on the motion to reconsider, or can we now start discussing what the consideration is? Vote to reconsider. All in favor of reconsideration of item 11, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. I vote aye. Motion passes. Back to item 11. Do we have a motion in regards to a modification to Resolution 1534?
Your Honor, I would move that we amend the resolution to include 2 liaison positions from the city council. And if we didn't do it previously, 2 members of the youth council
Second.
on the committee.
That was already in the main motion, so I
I
think we're
think
good
it
there.
was, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 city council liaisons. We have a motion by Councilman Bailey, second by Councilman Carr. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. I vote aye. That motion passes. Are we clear now? I'm taking a break after this, just so you know. All right. Now, I would suggest, so we're not having to come back for the appointment of, because usually we'll come back for the appointment of who the liaisons are going to be. I would consider a motion for the appointment of Councilman Bailey, Councilwoman Pearson Lewis as the liaisons to the Rendezvous Activity Center Committee.
So moved.
Councilman Carr with the motion, Councilwoman Borders with the second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Concurrent with Mr. Soller's notation that I cannot vote on my own appointments. I did not vote on that. All right. I would propose we take a brief recess right now. We've had a busy beginning of this meeting. So we will be in recess. It's now 8:36. We'll be in recess until 8:45. In regular session, it's 8:46, a little bit late. Next item is the MOU for emergency response trailers. Public Works Director's report, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. In front of you tonight is a memorandum of understanding between the City of Riverton and the Fremont County Emergency Management Agency. They're located at 818 South Federal Boulevard, but they also have 3 mass incident response medical supply trailers, about 10-foot-long single-axle trailers that could be hooked onto at any time and then used for response to mass triage, incidences. The Fremont County Emergency Management would like to change the location of where these trailers are located. Currently, they're at the Fremont County Shop on Airport Road, off Airport Road. The location that they are actually stored at is behind the buildings at those shops, in a pretty poor location at any point in time. When a vehicle gets stored back there, it blocks the access to these trailers. I did provide some information earlier and had said that these trailers were located down on South Federal. That is not the case by their building, but they are actually up at the airport. So this MOU would be came in part when Fremont County Emergency Management approached the city of Riverton to relocate these trailers. The goal would be to put them at the airport, to move them to the airport facility. The airport facility is grounds that all of emergency management personnel and vehicles have access to: air ambulance, ground ambulance, fire, search and rescue, sheriff's office, city offices as well. The airport also is cleared of snow throughout the winter to keep these trailers accessible, and they could be hooked onto at any point in time. And the trailers contain backboards, burn supplies, oxygen, even oxygen wraps, and other emergency response equipment. And it's continually stocked by the Fremont County Emergency Management Agency. Mylan Vintage is the coordinator for Fremont County Emergency Management, and they use their budget to stock these trailers. There would be no change, no cost associated with moving these trailers, just this MOU to move them to the airport grounds where they could be accessed by emergency management personnel. And that's the MOU to consider for this evening.
Okay. I'd entertain a motion to approve the MOU between FACEMA, City of Riverton, I'm just going to start calling them that, to provide space to park 3 mass casualty incident response medical supply storage units at the airport.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilwoman Borders, second by Councilman Bailey. Any discussion?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
do we have an area where we have thinking these will fit?
Your Honor, we do. Mylan Vintage had worked for the airport previously and spoke with some of the folks at the airport to find an area on the southern boundary of the airport, almost next to the fuel farm area, where these trailers can be stored. They were able to take some millings that were, actually a lot of the millings that came off of the terminal project and the apron project were supplied in that area, and then made kind of a flat spot where it's open, easy to plow, and those trailers can be kind of located off the blacktop. But then there's a section where it's level ground and easily accessible.
Do we need any electricity or anything to keep the supplies warm or inadequate or environmentally sound?
Anything like that, Mr. Tolman?
Your Honor, I'm not aware of that, and where they're currently located, there is not, they're not hooked up to electricity now, so
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Not that I'm opposed to having this stuff readily available, but I do start to wonder when we are going to start charging at the airport for anything. I asked for some information from our city administrator. You know, we don't charge parking. We're one of 2 airports in the state of Wyoming that does not charge parking. I think people that come to the airport assume you're going to pay for these things. Advertisement's minimal. I mean, there's money that can be made there. Space, maintaining it. If we're required to maintain the space for them to access it, we're paying our staff to do that. The county has much deeper pockets than the city. This is a way to generate some revenue for the airport. And I think we're going to have, when we look at these things as a whole and wanting to save things like commercial air service, I think we have to rethink our generosities in everything that we do. It's free space up there. We advertise for free, digital advertisements for free, parking's free. We don't, landing fees aren't, reassessed regularly. I just get frustrated with everything being done as a courtesy up there, and then we have no money to continue commercial air service. These are things that, while it may be minimal, it is still a revenue that we could generate to keep air service going as long as possible. We can't just rely on tax initiatives always. There's ways that we can generate revenue up there, and we seem to dismiss that a lot. And so I think that we need to consider a fee to park that stuff, especially when the county yard is less than a quarter of a mile down the road.
And I guess I would note, I'm not sure what you mean by digital space for advertising. I know that we have the television up there, or whatever, the screen up there. We have all the different things in the displays up there. My understanding, we're charging for everything in terms of space that's being used in the terminal, if I'm not mistaken.
Would you like me to clarify a little further?
Sure.
Okay. So,
And we charge it on kind of a square foot basis, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Toman. Is that
well,
correct?
it's supposed to be $19 per square foot is what we are supposed to be charging. So Fremont County Museum in Riverton, they have a display up there. They pay $1 annually for that. The National Museum of Military Vehicles, $1 annually for that. Breton, annually, they pay $191.83. The Chamber of Commerce has 96 square feet of advertisement, and they pay $1886.91. $351.11 for High Mountain Jerky, and Wyoming Outdoor, doing business as Maven. Square foot, they have 38 square foot, they pay $739.23. So two people advertising up there pay $1 a year for advertising. And again, that's somewhere where we could generate revenue.
Nonprofits advertising, when you're talking about the museum, correct?
Yeah, but the National Museum of Military Vehicles,
I agree, that's not a
that's
I hear you
not a
there.
nonprofit. I'm just saying there are ways. There's things that we need to look at to start generating revenue. Airports charge for everything, literally everything, and we are no different. If we want to keep commercial air service here, then we have to start looking at charging.
It's a good point. Well, and I mean, I was actually surprised as I was reviewing this that we weren't charging, but it's a little bit different when we're talking about things inside the terminal versus things that are outside the terminal. But you are correct when it comes to things like hangar space, that sort of thing.
And in
We
addition,
charge for that pretty regularly.
and in addition to that, our last council meeting kind of revolved around Toro, the car company. We don't charge them to advertise on our website. It's just part of the MOU. As a courtesy, we're going to include it on our website. Everything just seems to be as a courtesy or to further somebody else, and that's great. We should be promoting everything we have in Riverton as much as we possibly can, but we also need to start charging. It's
Okay.
just, nothing's free anymore. And we're seeing a decline in revenue as well. So that would be my input.
Any other discussion? How many square feet is this taking up, Mr. Toman? Just an
20
estimate?
by 50.
Yeah, 20 by 50 foot pad, Your Honor. 200 square feet.
Well, do we have a motion to modify this in any way, or is there anyone that,
I'll make the motion that they're charged the $19 per square foot
on an annual basis?
on an annual basis.
Okay.
I will second that, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Just for some additional points for the council to consider. The square foot rate that's referenced is for terminal advertising. There is a square foot rate for lease ground rentals on the airfield, but that is not the same as the terminal square foot rate. And so if you want to be comparative to how you're doing the ground leases on the airfield, that can be explored. Just as point of information, there's roughly $300,000 worth of revenue that is generated from lease fees, landing fees, and other fees generated by operations at the airport. That still doesn't cover the entirety of airport operations, and so I believe it is valuable to look at areas where we can increase revenue. You have an airport board that would be, I think, willing to look at that and work with you as a council. There are rates and charges studies that the state of Wyoming produces so that we can ensure that we do what we can locally to be competitive. There are grant assurances that we do have to follow when we receive federal dollars. One of them relates to what Councilwoman Johnson is getting at, and that is that we should try to be as self-sustaining as possible. The other, and there are several, there's another that talks about economic discrimination. And so when we charge fees for activities on the airfield, we have to charge similar fees for like uses. So ground leases for specific purposes need to be charged the same rate. That's why you see some differences, as Councilwoman Johnson brought up, for the advertising space. The council did make a decision to offer that at a $1 per year rate for the National Museum of Military Vehicles and the local museum. The council can reconsider that if it so chooses. The other thing I'd reference is for the 9 commercial airports in the state of Wyoming, only 2 charged for parking, Casper and Jackson. And just recently, Rock Springs, and it was just this last week, started charging for parking. The other commercial service airports do not. And that can be looked at as positive and a negative. One thing to be aware of as well when it comes to some of the federal guidelines we have to follow, if you utilize certain aspects of your airport to generate revenue, you cannot receive federal grant dollars to support that item. So we just received significant grant funds for the refurbishment of the parking lot. Those funds would not have been made available to us if we would have charged for parking for that area, because it would have then been revenue generated.
It'd look a little bit funny if right after getting a new parking lot, we said, oh, we're going to take your money from.
Should be good for 20 years.
So, Your Honor, and there's no right or wrong answer. The airport board has considered whether or not it's valuable to charge parking for the commercial terminal, whether it should charge landing fees for general aviation activity. And there are reasons for and reasons against. And if that's something the council would like to look at, I know staff talked to me today about their willingness to look at those fees, and I think the airport board could help. But I thought I'd provide a few of those points of clarification. And if you're looking at bringing forward a specific rate for these trailers, using the commercial terminal rate may be the way to go. It may be another way to go to use the ground lease for the airfield. And so that's up to you, but I wanted to provide some information to help you.
What would be the rate for the ground lease for the airfield?
So, Your Honor, I can help with that. Currently, ground leases for hangars, so these are leasehold improvements. It's roughly 19 or 20 cents a square foot for the footprint of the hangar. And
So rather than 1,900, if it were $19 for 100 square feet, if we were going to do that as 19 cents, then you're looking at $190 a year.
In your 200, Your Honor, your 200 square feet.
200 square feet.
And
Thank
this
you.
19 cents would put you at $360.
380, 300, yeah, 300.
380, excuse me.
80.
Yep. Per square foot. And there is items that will be coming that will generate revenue, so I wanted to let the council know about that as well, so.
Do we have anything comparable in terms of other things that are a non-fixed, and when you're talking about a hangar, that's a fixed,
That's a 25-year lease or something, I think, normally, right?
it's a longer-term lease. Do we have anything comparable to this in terms of things that are parked there or set there that we rent?
Your Honor, we have had some precedents over the years. Some of the aerial applicators for crop dusting have leased ground so that they could temporarily put a tank up in a place for them to park their aircraft. So that's somewhat similar, not all the way, but it is a mobile improvement and a seasonal improvement, so to speak. And then I suppose one thing that you may want to consider as it relates to the use, these are for emergency response. So if we had a significant incident, we would appreciate the coordination of Fremont County to provide service if there was a safety incident up there. Sometimes for interlocal purposes, fees are not charged, but that is something that you can choose. The other thing that it might be valuable to consider is whether or not Fremont County would accept those fees. And so if you pass an amendment tonight for this memorandum of understanding, they may not be
They might
open
not
to
sign
it.
on.
And that would be their choice, and that's fine. So you have every opportunity as a council to choose how you want to lease or utilize this space.
Right, as it stands, this is something that they came to us with and said, we'd like to get it, we'd like to not pay. If we were to send it back and say, we'd like you to have it, but we want you to pay, it's basically rejecting their offer and countering with another offer, and then they could reject or counter again. Okay, any other discussion?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
there's a huge difference between fiscal responsibility and pettiness. And when we sit around and talk about $500, we could multiply that by 100, and we'd be 5,000. We're less than 0.5% of the airport budget. Well, what are we really talking about? And I don't disagree that, we need to look at all sources of revenue for the airport. But let's look at the studies that have been done through the airport board. They consciously think about how that will impact future funding from the FAA, from the state. I think it's a good idea to have emergency response that close in Riverton. That's great.
It's a benefit.
It's a huge benefit. So,
My question, I mean, before this MOU came before the council, had this been looked at by the airport board?
Your Honor, I don't believe so. Mylan's only been with Fremont County Emergency Management for, I think, 2 years, so I don't believe it has.
So, I don't know, maybe this would be something where we could table it today, have the airport board look at it, and come back with a recommendation one way or the other for whether they believe we should charge, and if so, how much we should charge. That could be something good for the airport board to discuss and decide on, considering they're kind of coming up with the overall focus of the airport.
Your Honor, I would recommend that we maybe fail this motion, or pass the motion for the lease, the no-charge lease, but then I think we direct the airport board to look into, some other revenue opportunities that we may be able to come up with to help offset operational costs that don't interfere with our federal and state grant opportunities, which supply 97 point something % of the money to run the airport.
97.5.
Yep.
But, I mean, it's a good point. And I think it's funny that you brought it up, Councilwoman Johnson, because I agree completely. When you had brought this up, I was like, this is an interesting set of circumstances where we tend to charge for everything and we're not charging for this. But in my mind, the reason it made sense not to is, like you were saying, Councilman Carr, the benefit to the city in terms of the accessibility. And the city does not have its own emergency management kind of separate department or anything like that, and rely largely on the county for that. And so being able to have them use the space, to me, also makes sense.
I'd like an opportunity to respond if I can. And I think you called it fiscal pettiness. Is that how you worded it? I don't care if it's $5 or $5,000. When it comes to spending other people's money, we should look at everything. And if it comes before the council and it's discussed that it would hinder getting grants or federal funding from imposing parking fees, which in regards to that, Jackson charges up to $30 a day. Rock Springs charges a flat $6 per day. Casper and Natrona County charges $2 for short-term, $12, not to exceed $12 a day, and long-term parking is $6 a day. Laramie charges $9 a day. Sheridan's free, but long-term parking is $10 a day. Gillette is free and Riverton is free. If that were to hinder federal funding, I understand taking that back. I also understand that this is less than a quarter of a mile away from where they're currently parked. We still have to pay staff to make sure that area is clean. And everybody seems to come to the city of Riverton and want us to do, but nobody wants to pay for it, and we keep assuming those costs. And it's showing. We have to look at things in a different light. Just because we've always done it this way, or we've always helped the county, or we've always had these working relationships, the county would charge us if we wanted to park equipment on their property. They wouldn't blink an eye about it. We have to fund things. Things aren't free. So I don't find that fiscal pettiness. I find that as really looking into how we can fund things appropriately.
All right, so the motion right now from Councilwoman Johnson was, and seconded by Councilwoman Borders, was 19 per square feet on an annual basis, 19 per square foot on an annual basis. That's what the discussion is about. Do we have any other discussion on that?
Your Honor, I hate to do this, Councilwoman Johnson, but I want to rescind my second. I think that we need to look into this a little bit more before we put that out there.
Can appreciate that.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I agree with her, Councilman Johnson, but unfortunately, this is emergency management. This is not for-profit. I don't think we're going to be selling Band-Aids out of that facility. And the county is the one that is, by responsibility, who is responsible for catastrophes.
Well, and they've got that relationship with FEMA and everything in terms
Well,
of.
it's all county-based. And I understand about, but this is a specific situation. It is an emergency trailer that benefits us. We're being paid. Yes, they have to keep it clear, but they have to keep it clear anyway. So we're not adding an additional cost to keeping snow off that area. It's being done right now. So essentially, our people are not going to be cleaning where this footprint is because they're there. They'll be cleaning in front of it. Secondly, it's accessible. It's not being blocked. If we had a bad reaction and we had to get, if we were going to move this equipment all over the county, it would be nice to have it in a centrally located place that is able to get it out.
All right. Well, and I appreciate the discussion. I guess where we're at procedurally right now, if Councilwoman Borders is withdrawing her second, right now we have a motion on the table to charge $19 per square foot annually for this space from Councilwoman Johnson. Noting Councilwoman Borders withdrew her second, do we have a second for that motion?
Can I withdraw my motion
Sure.
and change the motion to table it until we get some additional information?
Okay, so we have a motion to table this until we get some additional information by Councilwoman Johnson.
I will second that.
Would noted the withdrawal of the motion to charge. I have a motion to table by Councilwoman Johnson, second by Councilwoman Borders. Any other discussion on that? Actually, it's a non-discussion motion to table it. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Your Honor, may I get a vote count, please?
Yes, that's 3-3.
Your Honor.
Who voted aye?
What we're voting on.
We haven't,
What is it?
and I vote to, we could just note each of the votes. Nay by Councilman Cook.
Nay.
Aye by Councilwoman Pearson Lewis.
Aye.
Nay by, table.
Nay for me.
Nay from Councilman Bailey.
This is what we're doing.
Aye from Councilwoman Borders. Nay by Councilman Larson. Aye by Councilwoman Johnson. In other words, they always put me in this tie-breaking position.
That's what your job is.
I know, but the thing is I can see both. You know what I mean? There's no, there's,
No.
that's my job, Councilman Larson.
Which
with
half of
no
us want to
willing
tick
no.
off, that's all.
Yeah, well, the reality is, I do want to kind of see what we can figure out in terms of this is something that we've charged for. I want to look in this a little bit more and see if it's feasible or if it makes sense to charge. So I will vote aye to table this. And I would say we're just tabling this until our next meeting, just to clarify. And then we'll discuss more then. Okay.
Do we have an airport board meeting in between?
Do we happen to have an airport board meeting in between?
I don't think
That
so.
would be good to know.
Your Honor, we'll have to follow up with you on that. Typically, the airport board would meet on November 21st, but I know with the holidays, they looked at changing that date, and we'll just need to follow up with you on when that would be.
So it could theoretically be the 14th or something. Okay. All right, that's tabled. We'll come back. MOU, fuel for community entry services, recycling truck. I don't know how you guys make these really simple things so complicated. And they're not simple, they're good. They're important things we want to discuss. I just have to
right.
give you a hard time. I looked at the agenda for this meeting and I was like, we could be done pretty early.
You should know better than that.
Yes. Public Works Directors, I should know better. Every time I think that, it goes long. All right, Public Works Directors Report. Works Directors Report, please. Mr. Tolman.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a memorandum, an MOU, a memorandum of understanding between Community Entry Services CES at 2441 Peck Avenue and the City of Riverton. This memorializes a long-standing agreement from back to 2010, kind of a handshake agreement that CES had with the City of Riverton to fuel their commercial solid waste, or their commercial cardboard compactor truck. The truck at that time was donated to CES from Fremont County. It's a 2003 Peterbilt commercial truck. CES has, since about 2010, operated the truck and then gone to the City of Riverton to fuel up the truck. The truck, again, is a compactor truck that CES uses to pick up cardboard. They currently use fuel from our facility at about 50 gallons per week and fuel up every 2 weeks. Excuse me, they fuel up and it's about 50 gallons every 2 weeks. So this equates to about $80 per week, $81.50 per week if you go with our previous fuel cost and our bid for fuel. for diesel fuel. That would be $4,283 per year for this. The reason it's in question is the city recently got a new diesel fuel pump, and with the new pump comes a new system with a new card. We'd like to issue CES a card to use the fuel as they've been doing, but want to bring this agreement to the council to consider at this time.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion to approve an MOU between City of Riverton and Community Entry Services to provide diesel fuel for their cardboard recycling truck.
So moved. Second.
Councilman Bailey with the motion, Councilwoman Borders with the second. Any other discussion?
Your Honor. Can somebody please make this make sense for me? CES is not an arm of the city, correct?
Nonprofit.
So we also pay for the services that they provide. So we're getting charged, we pay $30 a month is what we pay for CES recycling. So we're paying for services being provided with the fuel that we're buying for an organization, business company that is not an arm of the city. I'm confused. I'm asking for clarification. That makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Mr. Tillman?
Your Honor, this truck is an older truck. CES has used their money. They're a nonprofit as well. They've used their money to upkeep the truck. CES also provides jobs to disabled people in the community. Recycling happens to be one of those. So to maintain those jobs, Fremont County and the city have come together to help provide this truck to help recycle. Does that help answer that question?
Well, it was my understanding Community Entry Services is federally and state funded. So I'm just wondering why we're paying for their fuel.
This has been a long-standing practice. How long, Mr. Tillman?
This has been 2010, but I think the truck is separate from, so the city has our recycling unit, and then also we deposit CS. CS then uses their personnel to sort that after we bring that to the bale station. But the truck is separate pickup that they use. It's not the city. It's not the city services. But yeah, they are federally funded, and then this has been a kind of a community effort to help keep this thing going. So.
Okay.
CES has outside different areas of the city of Riverton, fenced-in areas where cardboard is placed by those business people. And CES picks that cardboard up and transfers it to solid waste. Solid waste pays them for it, and then we sell that, mostly into California, Utah, et cetera, for the solid waste. The reason behind the city of Riverton paying for the diesel fuel is an effort to be a good Samaritan to the disabled employees of that facility. Without our help, it wouldn't exist, and they would be they're not that skilled, but they can do something, and they are doing that.
Well, and I guess the other question that I have, Councilman Larson, is if we didn't have them picking up the cardboard, that would end up in our, generally speaking, it would end up in our trash.
Yep.
Our
And then
landfill.
we would be paying a tipping fee for it.
We would be paying $80 a ton for it, and filling up landfill. And as it is normally, that cardboard that is picked up is quite pristine for a waste product. and so it's recycled. So it's a good usage of public funds.
But I guess the point is, we are receiving a benefit from this. This isn't just something where,
Well, I don't know what this figure of $4,238 for fuel doesn't represent, obviously, the tonnage of cardboard that it's displacing. But
And you're on.
right now, our bill has gone from 85,000 down to 50,000. So that's a month.
well, that's probably not cardboard, but
But no, but our solid waste is. And so this $4,000 per year, you could say is offset somewhere in that bill.
right?
And, Your Honor, if CES was not performing this service, the city of Riverton, if we were going to continue to recycle it,
Oh, yeah.
like they do with the plastic and the other things, the city of Riverton would have a vehicle that they would have to run around town with 1 or 2 employees that would then grab the cardboard, take it down and do what CES is doing. So for $5,000 roughly, I think we're getting a bargain. We couldn't staff it ourselves for $50,000, not to mention having a truck dedicated to it and all that. So again, I think the cost that we spend this $4,200 or whatever it is,
Yeah.
is pretty minor compared to what it would cost for us to do it ourselves. And we're giving disabled folks jobs that, that would not be out there available for them to do.
Your Honor.
They're getting a benefit out of it too, though,
Yeah.
because they're taking the cardboard and they're selling it. I mean, the point is that, yes, the city's getting a benefit out of this because then we're not having to pay the tipping fee
That's
for
right.
that cardboard.
That's right.
But they're,
And/or collect it ourselves, which is where the cost is.
and that would be the cost, I agree. But we used to collect, for example, plastic, paper, that kind of thing. We had those, like at Smith's, we parked our trailer there with all of it. And so we don't do that. The only one that there is any pickup around the community for is the cardboard, and that's because they're doing that. I guess my point is, to a certain extent, CES could absorb that cost. I don't necessarily think they'd just stop doing it if we didn't pay for the gas. You know what I mean? Or the diesel, as the case may be.
Your Honor.
Councilwoman Johnson.
I want to make clear that I'm not opposed to using their services and keeping the disabled folks working and doing that. I just don't think that we should be paying for their fuel to conduct their business. We can engage in what they're providing and assist that way. This is not this is not our obligation to fuel their trucks. I can't understand that.
You're on.
Your Honor.
Other discussion? Councilwoman Pearson Lewis?
Obligation or not, I mean, it is an obligation, I think, for the city to take care of its citizens, and especially citizens that are working. I just want to say at the beginning of the year, when we're looking at people that were coming in and talking about, like, asking for $500 to help people that were, like, to fund their little feeding, feed the cause, feed food for the cause or whatever, and we're denying them all. I felt so bad after. I thought, like, our obligation is to the people, it is to the city, and for a few dollars for gas, yeah. I mean, absolutely, it's our obligation. Absolutely.
Councilman Carr?
I think Councilwoman Borders.
You can go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was just looking over there.
I don't mean to muddy the waters, and I'm sure you guys looked into this, but I have a quick question regarding, is the MOU the most appropriate method, or is this something that we could modify their contract for community services with? Or are those two separate monies that need to stay separate?
Your Honor,
Mr. Butterfield?
we could definitely approach this through a different vehicle as far as agreement versus memorandum of understanding. But what Councilmember Carr mentioned, these funds are not part of the community service contract program at this time. They have been part of just the fuel operating budget of the city. So choosing a different vehicle as far as the agreement is definitely possible, but treating it as community service contract is different because you've already obligated all of the funds that you designated in your budget for that purpose.
But it's a good point because, you know, here we're talking about two things where we were talking about not charging. And both of these are things that are not part of contracts for services. They're not, you know, separate out there. It's being able to have it be something that we can kind of keep track of or be aware of. It's helpful. I think an MOU is probably fine. I think contracts for services and having it listed that way would be fine, but it is a different pile, so to speak, in terms of what we've used. We traditionally, for many years, with Eagles Hope, for example, just did not charge them for sewer or water, that kind of thing. And then we kind of realized, that's probably not the best way to do this in terms of the way that we would run the enterprise funds for those. And so we moved Eagles Hope from being something where we didn't charge them to saying, okay, now we would actually be giving them money on a regular basis, which I think made sense. And this could be one that could make sense to do that too. I don't know. It's an interesting.
Something to think about for next.
Well, this has been an ongoing agreement between the city and CES, just in an informal way.
Your Honor, and perhaps I can help just shine light from a historical perspective, but I will caveat that the 2010 service definitely predates me. What I'd like to reference is Mr. Urbakite, who was the Public Works Director prior to myself, was very engaged in building a recycling program in Riverton and even the surrounding area. To build that program, he found partnerships, and the city found partnerships with Fremont County and then also CES. So as we look at the recycling program that exists today, it's because of the partnerships that came together roughly 15 years ago. As it's already been noted, the city engages in recycling service, but all it is curbside collection at this point. So we do have an employee that drives the route of the city on a daily basis to collect commodities that are recyclable, but it's only residential services. It does not go into the commercial side. And this is where, please give me a little grace because I'm speaking off the cuff and we can go back in our record and find a little bit more detail. But at the time of building out the program and considering whether or not collection in the community would be viable, commercial cardboard was brought up. And that's where the partnership with Fremont County came in and CES. And then the city came in, and I'm assuming with its ability to assist with the fuel, since Fremont County assisted with the procurement of the truck, and then CES provides the employees to provide the service. It should be noted that outside of just the community collection standpoint, there is still that three-partner approach to ensuring the commodities get to market. So the city and CES collect in the community, and then it's deposited off of Smith Road where the baling facility is, but it's deposited at the CES facility. CES clients and employees help sort the commodities and ensure that they're ready to go to market. And then Fremont County Solid Waste works, as Councilman Larson said, to get the commodities to market. The revenues associated with getting it to market are allocated, as Councilman Larson brought up. So I just wanted to bring up, and hopefully this answers the why to what's going on, is that the three-pronged partnership has been in place for a while, and it currently operates as such so that the commodities can be collected, sorted, and then taken to market. I know there have been discussions among the council as to whether or not recycling is a service that you want to continue. This council and previous councils have brought that forward, and you have the ability to make that choice. But I hope that provides a little clarification as to why the parties came together and which parties took which role. And that, as far as I'm understanding it, that's a little bit of the history on that matter. We used to have the community drop-off points, but they were eliminated because they became so contaminated that they were more laborsome to get ready to go to market than there was value. So it's only the curbside that was continued, whether commercial or residential, by one party or the other.
Thank you, Mr. Butterfield. Good historical perspective there, and I appreciate that. Councilwoman Borders?
Your Honor, I just wanted to point out the fact that CES is providing a service to the city, to the businesses. Like Kyle said, if it wasn't for that, it'd be going into the landfill. We'd be paying tonnage on that. The partnership is awesome, and I love the fact that we have that. And to me, whether we pay for gas for CES or we pay Vidal to go around and pick up the cardboard, name drop, sorry. I think we're getting a bargain,
Okay.
honestly. So that's what I had to say.
All right.
Just one additional thing, I think you're setting a precedence. If you're going to be paying for partnerships with specific entities, then I would invite anyone else who's providing services to come and apply for fuel then. If we're going to pay for it, then everybody should have an opportunity to have their fuel paid for. If it's saving the landfill tipping fees, if it's partnerships that we're looking at establishing, then come and apply.
Any other discussion?
Call for the question.
All in favor of approval of the MOU for Fuel for Community Services, Entry Services Recycling Truck, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Proposed Joint Powers Agreement Amendment, Wind River Visitors Council, Mr. Butterfield.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you'll just provide me a moment, I'll scroll to the appropriate section.
You got it.
And I'll be brief, as a lot of this information is in the packet. Essentially, the Wind River Visitor Council exists as a joint powers entity. It's comprised of the town of Shoshone, the town of Hudson, town of DuBois, city of Riverton, city of Lander, and Fremont County. The purpose of the Joint Powers Board is that the Visitor Council administers funds generated from the Fremont County lodging tax, which is proposed and approved on a 4-year basis by the members of the residents, I should say, of Fremont County. The original Joint Powers Agreement was executed in 1989. It was later amended in 2017. Recently, question has come forward as it relates to some of the budget adoption process that's outlined within the Joint Powers Agreement. You have in your packet an opinion from Overstreet, Homar, and Cooker that relates to a position they're positing regarding an appropriate their proposal or proposed appropriate way to change the Joint Powers Agreement as it relates to the adoption of the annual budget. You also have in your packet an alternative proposal, an alternative amendment. That is something Mayor Hancock has taken the lead on and done a lot of work on with our legal counsel. And essentially, the proposal outlines a change, but not necessarily the change that was provided or proposed by the legal counsel of the Visitor Council, the Wind River Visitors Council. Rather than requiring unanimous approval of the members that make up, participate in the joint powers, the proposal or the amendment that's brought forward by Mayor Hancock and the city is to allow for majority approval unless changes are brought forward for the TAD program. There's more in your packet that delineates the details of what's before you, but rather than me provide that and reiterate it to you, I know you've had a chance to review it. And with that, Your Honor, you have opportunity to consider the proposal brought forward by legal counsel of the Visitors Council. You have opportunity to consider and discuss the alternative amendment that was brought forward by the city of Riverton. And it should be noted that any action you take tonight does not automatically change the joint powers agreement. Other member entities have to approve that as well. So this is a first step at the discussion as it relates to the joint powers agreement, its process, and potential amendments. And you as a governing body always have the option to do nothing. If you like the way it is, you can keep it the way it is. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I always think it's weird to have a motion to discuss something when I think there's no reason we can't just discuss it and see if we can get a motion out of there.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong, Mr. Sollers, let me know, but I think Mr. Sollers also isn't the biggest fan of some of the stringent requirements necessarily of Robert's Rules of Order. So I would say, first off, we have a lot of, I don't want to say contention, but there's a long history between the Wind River Visitors Council, FCAG, each of the governing bodies. Councilman Bailey was on, Councilman Larson was on, Councilwoman Borders was on. A couple of years back, when Wind River Visitors Council had for many years, number one, been operating with a contractor rather than an executive director, which right now we have an executive director. Helen serves that role and appreciate her stepping up to that. And then some of the discussion a couple of years ago was Wind River Visitors Council wanted to stop funding a long-term agreement that had been regarding with the airport, and had said, we can't fund it, we don't have the money right now. And this was when Ryan Preston was the president of the Wind River Visitors Council. They came and said, this is what we have for the budget. We're not going to be able to fund fast. And at the time, had said, we will fund it if we get the funding available as we go forward. And they did get the funding available and did end up funding a certain amount for FAST. Not everything we had wanted, but did fund as they were available. A little bit of history, maybe not that important of history, but since then, some of the concerns I think that have been raised over the years is making sure that, I don't want to directly quote anyone, but saying, ensuring that each of the communities get their fair share of the Wind River Visitors Council funding. So in other words, that there is promotion of Riverton, there's promotion of Lander, there's promotion of DuBois, whatever it is, separate and apart from this idea that this is a joint powers board, and it is required by statute, if you're going to have a lodging tax, you have to have a joint powers board. And sometimes I think over the years it has been something where the concern has been, well, we're not getting enough love, so to speak, from Wind River Visitors Council. Riverton's not being promoted as we would like. Now, hopefully, we've kind of reached a point where we can understand that for the most part, although we do want that, TAD funds step into that role. TAD funds are funds that are provided on the basis of how much each community contributes to the lodging tax total and are apportioned on that basis. And for the most part, the biggest three contributors that you can point to, because we actually have hotels, are Riverton, Fremont County, DuBois, and Lander. Am I off yet? I think we're good so far. That's 25% of the total of the Wind River Visitors Council that goes to those individuals, those individual communities. That's been a long-term program, and that has worked to some success, as I think we're familiar with here, because we've been overseeing the TAD funding. So, in terms of concerns of ensuring that Riverton is getting its fair share, I think the whole purpose of TAD was to say, this is going to be apportioned to the communities on the basis of how much they bring in, which Riverton used to be the lion's share of that, and no longer is. I think DuBois is ahead of us now, which is fine. So Now, part of the discussion has been that the budget process currently requires that each of the communities approve the budget. Now, the discussion has been, we like that in the Joint Powers Agreement because it means that the community gets to have a say. However, it kind of turns the Wind River Visitors Council into, let me just say, to a certain extent, it neuters their ability to come up with their own budget. They're not approving their own budget. The governing bodies are approving the budget. And I think as I read the lawyers and understand, you know, what their concern is that they're saying, well, this is supposed to be the entity, Wind River Visitors Council, that's making the decisions about the budget. So you should remove the governing bodies from the decision-making process and just have it be Wind River Visitors Council that makes the decisions. I don't have any problem with that as a proposal, me personally. And the reason I say that is, if we're going to trust people and appoint people to boards, I think looking over their shoulder and saying, hey, you need to be doing what I want you to do, and you're just basically an animal of mine, where you have to do what I say, I don't think that shows trust or shows that you actually want a representative. Part of the reason why I don't attend every single meeting. Some people do that. They're like, I want to go to every single meeting. And I'm like, well, we have liaisons for that. So if you notice, I don't tend to attend every planning commission. I don't tend to attend every rec board meeting. I trust that our liaisons are doing that. Same as I trust that our representatives are doing their job on the Wind River Visitors Council. We appoint them, we trust them, we let them do their job. I've met with them. I think they're doing an excellent job. There had been some concern, I think, about whether part of the whole purpose of this was to come back and then sue the communities. After visiting with both Hal and Bryce, who are representatives there, that concern was alleviated in my mind after discussing things with them. They had a meeting to clarify that, and I think it was clarified sufficiently for me. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't have a problem with the proposal from Wind River Visitors Council to say, just make it so that we handle the budget process. That being said, I understand that if we just went to the other communities and said, we want to do what Wind River Visitors Council proposes, it's not as likely to succeed. There's some hard feelings there, there's some history there, there's some difficulty there. And if we were just going to say, we want you to do what Wind River Visitors Council recommends, purely with no other changes, probably not going to succeed. So the political side of things is, it doesn't make sense just to say we're going to do this. So that's why I came up with something that I thought was kind of a middle ground. Governing bodies would have a majority that they would have to approve, rather than having a 100% approval, unanimous between all the governing bodies. And you would only need unanimous for if there were any changes to TAD. We also have the recommendation from the lawyers that had been representing Wind River Visitors Council to look at this and say, is there something different we should be doing? And then the other recommendation that's not in there was one that I didn't get a chance to put pen to paper on. From Du Bois, part of the idea was, what if we had FCAG as the organization that hears that initial budget presentation, and then the FCAG members would then take that to their individual governing bodies for approval by the governing bodies. That's another thing we could do. The other thing we could do is we could do something that's like a hybrid of these. In speaking about this and thinking about it a little bit yesterday, for example, if we were to say, okay, we're going to have the board make the decision about the budget, but if there's a change to TAD, the TAD apportionment, then that would require the governing bodies to approve it. To me, that would be a kind of a good middle ground. It preserves TAD unless the governing bodies approve it, but it simplifies the budget process. And that's one that maybe I think could get some ground that's not here in writing with some of the other governing bodies. So it's a lot of complication. Not all of it's in writing. Whatever we would do would need to be something that we would have to approve. It'd have to be signed by us. And then it would go and would be distributed to the other governing bodies from the Joint Powers Agreement, and then would have to be distributed to the AG for approval. And then it would become the practice. So I guess just in terms of discussion here, curious where the council is. I had said I think Riverton needs to step up and be the first ones to consider this. No one else has had it on their agendas yet. I told FCAG, I said, I think we ought to start and see where it goes and then go from there to the other communities. Mr. Bailey?
So, Your Honor, I would assume you've had discussions in FCAG regarding this, and I mean, what is I don't want us to go through a whole bunch of work and then just get shot down by 4 of the other communities.
Yeah.
What's the general feeling, because as it stands now, unless we all approve 100%, it isn't gonna pass anyway, right?
That's a good point. Right. And I mean, there's a risk that we could say we want to make this change, and then it goes to each of the other governing bodies, and they say they don't. And I agree, that is a risk. I would say if I were to gauge the appetite of FCAG, one of the things I would say is TAD is a big concern. That is something that they kind of opine on in terms of whether that's something that the process that's being done is correct. I think that we also have a different opinion of that, perhaps. I would say TAD is a big concern. I would say wanting to have the governing bodies still have that power to be able to step in is a concern. I think the whole point of my proposal was to try to meld those in some way. I would say that as I've looked at it since I came up with it, it feels a little bit clunky. And what I think would probably meet both would be another proposal that's not here, listed in the packet, would be something where we would have the board approve the budget, but if there's a change to TAD, then the council, the governing bodies would have to approve that if that's in the budget.
So, and after listening to you, I apologize, but I'm more confused than when I started.
Oh, my.
What is the visitor council's lawyers suggesting, I guess, to start with?
So if you look, their actual proposal is the one that's in the packet. It would be to completely remove on paragraph 8, it would be removing the general program of the board. So this is on page 62. Would be removing that paragraph. And then it would be removing the paragraph that would be giving the governing bodies the authority to approve the budgets. And that's in paragraph 9, the first paragraph of paragraph 9 and the second paragraph of paragraph 9.
Your Honor, just point of order, have we had a motion to open the discussion for this?
No.
Or are we not going to, or?
That was, if you have a motion, feel free to make whatever motion you want. I just feel like it's silly to make a motion to discuss something.
I just have some questions and I wanted to ask Ms. Wilson.
Sure. Come on up, Ms. Wilson.
And I didn't mean to interrupt you, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. You didn't interrupt.
Thank you for having me here tonight.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, I'm Helen Wilson, Wind River Visitors Council.
I just have a couple of questions, if you can help clarify for me.
Yes, absolutely.
I think it'll help in kind of guiding us what direction this is going to go. As it relates to the budget and the destination development funds, it's my understanding that it was applied for in December 2022. It was received in 2023. Were those funds spent in 2023 or 2024?
Both. So we receive Destination Development Program funds every other year. And that was the start of the program. So we had those funds to spend for 18 months. We received the second batch last July 1st, and then every 2 years.
Okay.
So that's the program that's different from the lodging tax. That's the program that's actually paying for the wayfinding signage. So that's a grant we get from the Wyoming Office of Tourism.
Correct. And I understand that. And it kind of relates to where I'm going with this. So when we look at the budget from 2022, 2023, the destination development funds are not on there. Was there ever an amendment?
There was
submitted?
an amendment, yep. And so we didn't realize we were getting those funds, so we did do an amendment. When
You went through the whole process with the councils and all the governing bodies for that amendment?
we did not, our joint powers agreement currently states that we need to get our budget approved. It doesn't say anything about amendments, and since 1989, we had never done that. And I know it came up as an issue at the time, so we have not done it since. But since 1989, we have done many, many budget amendments, and we never knew we were supposed to, and we still don't think we're supposed to according to the joint powers agreement.
Okay. I spent a lot of time reading the state statutes, trying to understand a lot of it for tonight's meeting. Anticipated funds are supposed to be reported. So if you had any indication that you were going to be getting those funds, they would have to be reported, and there's some discrepancy about how much was actually received versus how much was spent. And my concern is, as it relates to that, is there has to be oversight. And when I look at how the destination development funds were spent, Riverton got one sign, I think it was, if I'm reading that correctly.
Riverton the whole county's getting 144 signs.
But Riverton in particular only saw one.
They're going up right now. So 30% of them, Mr. Butterfield was saying 30% of them are up. But this is the wayfinding signage.
And then in addition to that, and I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, it's
I
fine.
apologize. State statute also says that legal fees have to be disclosed.
Yes.
And
they
so can you tell me where I would find that in this year's budget?
Well, we have in this year's budget, so we have spent legal fees, I think, out of the line 5400, I'm trying to think what that's called. It's a board line, and we've also spent it out of the board discretionary funds on working on the joint powers agreement.
Except for the discretionary funds doesn't include anywhere that legal aid was being used for those funds. It says for opportunities that may arise.
For opportunities, and actually what I have here, I have a couple of things, and you have some great questions, and I do have answers to them. I do want to hand out a couple of pieces I have. One of them is a very clean version of the proposal that the Wind to River Visitors Council has to the Joint Powers Agreement. The first page is crossed out, but if you skip straight to the second page, it gives you the clean version.
And that's the same one that we have in our packets.
And I'll look at that. I just have one additional question as it relates to changing this, as you guys would like to see it done. How does that affect, when you go from unanimous to majority, how does that affect smaller communities?
And that's a great question too, and I'm going to answer that. I'm going to hand around a sheet that I put together of the purpose and use of the board discretionary funds, as well as the new opportunities line. And I would like to just talk a little bit. The Wind River Visitors Council loves working with the communities, and I am really open to having a discussion with everybody about this and working on it. But what we're really trying to do is change the joint powers agreement so that it's in line with state statute. So state statute 3915-211 says, if the amount is collected under a tax imposed countywide, expenditures of this amount shall be made in accordance with the Uniform Municipal Fiscal Procedures Act by a joint powers board. And I can repeat that. There's a lot of different words there.
One more time.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, and I'm going to drink my tea really quick. So if the amount is collected under a tax imposed countywide, which it is, the lodging tax, expenditures of this amount shall be made in accordance with the Uniform Municipal Fiscal Procedures Act by a joint powers board. The Wind River Visitors Council is the joint powers board. The Uniform Municipal Fiscal Procedures Act is it's the piece that this council has to follow when approving a budget, and we're currently not following it, and we're supposed to be following it. So all we're trying to do with our joint powers agreement is get in line with the state statute following the Uniform Municipal Fiscal Procedures Act. So we can talk about how we want to change this and we want to change that, but it's a state statute that has a very specific way that we're supposed to do our budget. It's the way you're supposed to do your budget. It's the way we're supposed to do our budget. And that's the only thing we've done with the joint powers agreement is crossed out all of the language that refers to the other act that we are currently following, which is the Special District Act, because our budget approval process is supposed to be the Uniform Municipal Fiscal Procedures Act per statute 3915-211. So that's all we're trying to do is get in line with state statute. That's how the rest of the state does it. There's 27 lodging tax boards in the state, and all of them do it with their representatives. They go through the Uniform Municipal Fiscal Procedures Act. They don't go to the city and town councils. I have no problem coming and presenting. I want you to know what we're doing. I want the community to know what we're doing. I am so proud of what we're doing. But we need to be in line with state statute following this Uniform Municipal Fiscal Procedures Act.
I'll just follow up. I think you guys are doing wonderful things. I think you're great for the position, all of that. I do, however, feel like an elected official or elected officials should be overseeing anytime it has to do with taxpayer funds, number one. Number two, as much as I like Mayor Hancock, him and I disagree often. And there are times when I would just like to have some input, especially if there's change. It has absolutely nothing to do with whether I trust what you're doing with it is adequate or not, because I think it was put to great use. But sometimes just having input and oversight, I think, same with anything else, dual control, we just may not always agree. And I think that it discredits small communities' input too. And I think for transparency and accountability and accuracy, I won't be able to support that one.
And I understand your points, and we are just trying to get this with state statute. It's written out for what we're supposed to be doing, and you do have representatives. I will say that the Wind River Visitors Council Board, we have done amazing, amazing things the last few years. We've got lists and lists of projects. Lodging tax revenue's up about 41% since I started in my position, which was 5 years ago. I am so excited about our board. I'm excited, we're moving forward in a really positive direction. And when I stepped into my position, I was the first, well, there was a very brief executive director, but I was really the first person to move into that role. And we've watched the organization change. We've watched the board members come in, and I just can't say enough how much I support the organization, how I truly believe we have done absolutely nothing wrong. I know there are conversations about, well, you should have, like you mentioned, you should have gotten this budget approved, reapproved. We had never done that since 1989, and it had suddenly come up, and we looked at the Joint Powers Agreement. It didn't say that we were supposed to. It's like, well, you could read it two ways, that we're supposed to because it doesn't say that, or we're not supposed to because it doesn't say that. But either way, it's the Joint Powers Agreement from 1989, and we're finding out that we are doing things not according to how we're supposed to be doing them. We are trying to fix that. I really, I started hearing the conversations about how there was litigation and there was this and that, and people were concerned about budget approval processes and this and that. And that's why I'm here, because my my theory on all of this is that we want to work with you. We want to work with the community. We want to be 100% transparent. We want to have a good relationship. And I felt like the last couple of months hearing these rumors, I'm like, oh, our relationship is starting to fall apart. And I need to be here to say we believe we are doing everything right. We are proud of the organization. All we're trying to do is get in line with state statute and the way that the rest of the state is doing things. I'm still happy to come and present. I would love to do slideshows for you a few times a year and say, hey, these are the projects that are happening. What are your thoughts? Let's chat about this, because we are doing well. And I just, I can't express that enough. But we do want to be in line with state statute. And it's 39-15-211. I've got the quote. And that's all we're trying to do here.
Councilman Bailey?
Your Honor, I have a question, probably for Rick, but when they say a joint powers board, is that the board made up of the people that we appoint to be on their board, or is the joint powers board the cities, the 6 government entities that are overseeing this?
The cities or the 6 entities are the parties to the agreement. The Joint Powers Board is the people who are appointed to serve on that board.
Okay.
And Mayor, could I make a couple comments?
Go ahead.
So I know that we've used the term Uniform Municipal Fiscal Procedures Act in passing a budget, but we haven't said what that is yet. And so basically, under that act, what would happen is probably Helen would create the budget, there would be a public hearing, and then that board would then approve it. The Joint Powers Board would approve it or disapprove it. However, there's nothing in the Municipal Fiscal Procedures Act that prevents or prohibits adding additional steps. As long as those requirements are met, you can have other steps. And I know Lander's city attorney and the civil attorney for Fremont County have agreed with me on that. The one risk, if you just go with the budget, public hearing and them approving it, is they could change the TAD allocation without any input from any of the cities. There was talk about litigation in the very first Zoom meeting we had, and quite frankly, that was brought up by Wind River Visitor Council attorneys when the question was posed to them, what happens if the cities don't approve your amendment? And they said, well, there'd have to be litigation then. That's where that idea came from, was the other attorneys.
And I'll say I wasn't part of that conversation, but in the last board meeting that we had scheduled an executive session to talk about legal matters and changed it to a public session so people could hear the board say we are not interested in litigation. And as far as the TAD program goes, the TAD program's an interesting one because it was created to give each community money to market their own communities. And the Wind River Visitors Council is still responsible for how that money is spent. So say that we give Riverton, which we do every other month, a check, and say that for some reason it gets misspent. Well, it would come back on the Wind River Visitors Council because the Wind River Visitors Council is responsible for that. We have been trying to be, I have been trying to be more involved with our TAD advisory committees to provide support and provide direction and help out with that. One thing that I would really like to do is work closer with the people who are actually applying for the grants because they're missing marketing opportunities because we see events that are happening that the TAD money is paying for. So the Wind River Visitors Council is paying for them, but they're not getting on our event calendar. They're not getting support for their events. They're not getting the press releases sent out to the state for the big ones because we aren't involved at that level. And so so that's the challenge I have with the TAD program, is that sometimes I think, not this group, but there are people, council members around the county, and possibly mayors, I'm not sure, who think that once you get that money, anything can happen with it. And that is not the case, because if anything is misspent, it does come back on the Wind to River Visitors Council. The TAD program is unique to our county. Nowhere else in the state has it. So nobody else just gives money to the communities to market themselves. And because this program was created, it was either 2007 or 2008, there were no MOUs created, which has made it really challenging for me, because there's some misunderstandings about that funding. And that's the changes I would like to see made, where we're helping to support these events, where we're working closer with the communities, where we're involved with those advisory committees, because it protects everybody. We don't want to have a bad audit. We don't want to say, oh, we don't know where that money was spent. And we do require yearly reporting for all of the communities who received TAD, and they're often not clean. They're often missing numbers. They're often missing receipts. So we have had challenges in that way. So we're trying to work with the communities to make this program better. It could be stronger. You think about a statistic, for example, for every $1 of marketing, and this is just for one campaign, but for every $1 of marketing, it has a $215 return on investment. And this was a quote or a stat I got from a Wyoming Office of Tourism campaign. We could help communities with that money and help really leverage the TAD program. So we're not talking about pulling anything from anybody, because it's your community's events that are benefiting from this. And we want to support the communities. We want to support the town councils. We want to support the mayors. We want to support everybody and work together. This tax goes on the ballot every 4 years. If we just start pulling programs and saying, no, we're no longer going to support your community and your events, nobody's going to vote for it. We want to be doing positive things. The other thing I want to mention about the TAD program was it was set up as a percentage, 25% when it first started. As I mentioned, our lodging tax revenue has gone up 41%. So those numbers are getting bigger and bigger, which of course means more and more people are paying attention to those funds. We want to make sure they're spent correctly. We want to make sure we have clean audits. We want to work with you and with the communities and use the lodging tax to its absolute maximum benefit.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Councilman Larson.
So you said this is wonderful and everything is rosy, then why change it? And you're saying we need to change it so our audits look great. I don't see that. I see that you're looking at it so you have more control, and the people that provide the funds have less control.
I'm looking at it.
In saying that, I was here when the previous manager of that tourism said, no, we're not giving you any money, City of Riverton, although our coffers are coming in from our bed tax, we're not doing it.
Well, I think some of that was, yes,
And so,
I recall
so
that.
the resentment is still there. And Rich Guard got madder than a hatter about it. And so what Karen has said here is we are also responsible. And as far as I know, we have always had a clean audit for as long as I've been here. And so changing to get in line with the other misguided people doesn't really impress us.
No, but I think changing to be in line with state statute is something we need to do. We are not in line with state statute currently.
And that has been for how many years?
Since 1989,
And so we want to change that because we've had a bad audit?
No, we haven't had a bad audit.
Oh, okay.
We're trying to change it because we really do need to be in line with state statute.
And has the state filed suit against us because we've been not approving of it?
No.
So
Okay, hold on a second. Councilman Bailey?
I guess regarding the TAD funding and whether those funds are used appropriately, I think you could create an MOU with the TAD committee and the people that get assigned that money to make sure that they do spend them appropriately, which we have always tried to do. Okay, just like we do with any other entity that we deal with. We say, yes, we're gonna give you money to buy fuel for a truck to haul garbage, to haul cardboard with. Well, they can't go out and start doing something else and expect to still get free fuel. Okay, so those agreements, I don't think has anything to do with what we're discussing really here. Myself, from what Rick has said, you know, we're an additional process that's built into this over and above the mandatory process that their board approves the budget. Then we can have a additional step that says the additional entities in the agreement have to approve the budget. I guess I don't necessarily have a problem with maybe a majority as opposed to unanimously. That way, if you just tick off one town, you're not messed up, but if you pick off 2 or 3, you're in trouble. But I guess I don't see where the system's that broken, and unless the state says we're not doing something we're supposed to, I don't know that. And getting 6 entities to all agree on that's probably gonna be challenging enough, no less getting much more down the road than that, so.
Well, and I mean, part of the point too is if we're gonna be making a change, like the one that I had proposed, you're still needing to get everybody to agree to a majority.
Well, and you're gonna have the assumption by Du Bois Pavilion and Shoshone that we're all picking on them because we're the bigger ones, you know, County and Riverton Lander are bigger, even though Du Bois has just as much, you know, revenue as Riverton and Lander
More.
do, and so.
They're the higher percentage. And I will say, one of the interesting things about this, so, and we've talked about this previously, and it has to do with the requirement for the joint. You don't need to sit up here, Helen. We'll get you back up here if we have any other questions.
I don't mind.
Okay.
You're okay. I just didn't want you to feel like you have to stand up there at attention the whole time while we're discussing.
Get the spotlight out and get on.
No, I just really appreciate the group discussing this, and hopefully we can move forward with something, because any agreement from 1989 needs fixing.
I appreciate it.
I'll just sit in the front, so if you need me, and that way I'm
Sounds
not
good.
looming.
So I guess the first thing is, and part of the whole purpose of being a lawyer, and Rick could attest to this, is you have to be able to figure out seeing both sides, right? I see this as when I look at, like the way their lawyers have said here, when you look at it and you say, expenditures of this amount shall be made in accordance with the Uniform Fiscal Procedures Act, which, by the way, is UMFPA, in case you were curious.
Yeah, we need more acronyms.
We need more acronyms. UMFPA. The Uniform Municipal Fiscal Procedures Act by a Joint Powers Board. And that's where it gets to your question, right? What is the Joint Powers Board? Well, the Joint Powers Board is what is created, and specifically that's what we say it is in the Joint Powers Agreement. The board is the Wind River Visitors Council. So they're the ones that have to be ultimately deciding expenditures have to be made by a Joint Powers Board. Now, first off, I would say in terms of TAD, I think that when the city of Riverton receives the funds, that's an expenditure, and it's over. I don't see this kind of lingering responsibility for the Wind River Visitors Council to have to breathe down our necks and say, you have to give us all the receipts. It's been expended in terms of given to the city of Riverton.
But they can't attack, I mean, the funds can have specific
Purposes.
that cannot be deviated from.
And I think that's true, and I don't have any problem if the city of Riverton, you know, said, hey, we're gonna have an MOU with Wind River Visitors Council, and we're gonna say, hey, this is how the funds are going to be expended, and that's the agreement.
Right.
I don't have any issue with that. But I do see, if you have a board and you're saying this board is in charge of the expenditures, but they have to do it in accordance with this separate 6 governing bodies, that makes things difficult. I mean, I just envision being asked to be on the Wind River Visitors Council, and then I'm also kind of neutered by the fact that the budget has to be approved by each of the governing bodies, and I'm just a figurehead. So that's where I can kind of see the idea of this. And I can also see in the statute itself, I don't necessarily agree that we're doing it wrong, but I do think that the statute kind of has written in it, expenditures of this amount shall be made in accordance with UMFPA by a joint powers board. That's saying the expenditures are approved by the board.
They're doing that.
And that's what they're doing. But the initial, and then you're talking about, the amendments to the budget. I certainly think that's not something that it would make sense that every penny that has to be amended has to come back before the governing bodies, and that's not what's in the joint powers agreement either. And I mean, to a certain extent, I also am like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Your Honor. I want to go back just a few years. The city of Riverton took this back. Last time a financial agreement was made between the city of Riverton and the Chamber of Commerce regarding the TAD funds. It was very clear that those were not used appropriately through an audit that we had to conduct. And when you start handing taxpayer money over to people that are not legally responsible for it, and I don't want to say legally responsible, when people aren't held accountable for the use of that money and it's just, oh, my bad, I didn't know, I'll refund it. I think having it managed by somebody who is highly trained as far as expenditures are concerned and recording and things like that, reading state statute, legal fees are supposed to be disclosed. I don't see that anywhere. And that doesn't have to do with the TAD funding, but that's destination development. I just really prefer the transparency. I think taxpayers deserve the transparency. I think that we represent the community and what they want, and they should have an opportunity to have input on that. If it stops at the Joint Powers Board, we completely take away the involvement from the community to have input on that, when we could just simply ask Ms. Wilson to attend when we're talking about grants and expending the TAD funds.
But that's not what the statute requires. They would have to have a hearing, the same as we do with our budget.
Hearing
What is
the Joint Powers Board, correct?
correct, that the public can come to, that's a publicly advertised meeting, that's the state statute, it'd have to be advertised, the public has a right to be there, they have a right to express whatever their thoughts are about it. And there's nothing that says that the city council could not review that budget beforehand, talk to our representatives and say, hey, I don't like this budget for this, that, or the other reason, when there's still time to be able to make the modifications and direct the representatives accordingly.
And when there's disagreement upon that,
Then it's a majority vote, which is the same way everything is done and everything in the government. Do you get what I'm saying? The point is, this isn't something where the public gets out of the system. UMFPA requires the public to be a part of it. It requires the public hearing.
I understand that, but if the concern of Ms. Wilson is not reaching marketing and things like that, why not just involve her in the process of it and still maintain it and have good audits? Why change it? Why fix it if it's not broken?
What, are you talking about TAD now, or what are you talking about?
TAD, because that's what you said, you wanted input in the TAD
No,
funding,
they're
right?
talking about their regular budget.
Well, I think, I'm talking
Which
about.
TAD is a part of.
I'm talking about the budget, you're talking about TAD. I don't have a problem with the idea of Ms. Wilson being more involved, and as a matter of fact, when we have our subcommittee meetings about TAD, having Ms. Wilson be present there, I think would be excellent.
I think
Because
that
that
would be a good
subcommittee
idea.
is the one that's making the recommendations to the council. Like, in terms of where that would go, that's a great idea.
I just think that through the budgeting process and the misuse previously, I think it's best held in municipalities' hands, government hands, and I think it should remain as it is.
Right, and I agree with you completely. I think my point is to have TAD have that remain how it is. I think that's where we were crosswise. I was talking about the budgeting process in general. You were talking about TAD.
Yes.
I think we're in agreement on TAD, having that remain something where the municipality would continue to make that decision.
Yeah.
I think we were misunderstanding each other.
But the budget in general, I don't understand why change it. It's worked this way for years. We've added an extra step in the process. It just ensures accountability. I don't understand.
And I think part of the reason is that if you're telling the Wind River Visitors Council, this is just my thought process. I'm not saying it's perfect or that I have some sort of perfect understanding of it. But if you're telling someone, you are in charge of this budget, but we're going to be breathing down your neck. I mean, imagine this as a supervisor. Nobody wants to be micromanaged. They want to be trusted. So they ultimately are going to be having that budget process. It's going to be in the sunshine. It's going to be there where the public can come. They can attend. They can make any feedback they want. We could have our representatives, we could visit with them beforehand and say, look, I like this budget. I don't like this budget. I think we need this, that, or the other change. It's a process that rather than involving Wind River Visitors Council getting everybody's yes, they as a board are trusted to make the decision.
Which I understand and I agree with you on, but I have concerns for something as simple as attorney's fees. This should have been disclosed in the budget, and it wasn't. It was hidden under a line item as potential opportunities that come up. There is zero mention of legal fees being used or exercised in that, and I have concerns with that going forward. If you're going to develop a budget, be honest, be transparent, and put it out there. We're going to use this money for lawyers' fees because we want to get in line with state statute. I don't think you did anything nefariously. I don't think that it was being done, but that should have been disclosed, in my opinion. I think that that should have been a full line item, and I don't think that that's right. I think that $300,000 or $330, whatever it was spent without oversight. And I think that that's where we run into, is it better to have unanimity or is it better to have majority?
And I hear you. And
I think it needs to be laid out there.
You're mixing, Your Honor.
well, and I think we're mixing each other up a lot, but I hear what you're saying in terms of that, having the oversight by the governing bodies. I get that.
Yeah, but her governing body is the Wind River Visitor Council Board, not the city of Riverton, Lander, Du Bois, et cetera.
Correct.
Okay, so that's who they have oversight over the Wind River Visitor Council. We just have to basically put our blessing on their work of their budget. And that's really the only input we get into the Wind River Visitor Council, other than appointing 2 board members. Okay?
Who serve us very well.
No,
I
and
can't
they
say
do
that enough.
fine. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just, okay, so,
Well, and
and the whole TAD process is totally separate from that.
I understand that.
Councilwoman
the only
Borders.
thing I want to say is that we do appoint 2 people to this board because we trust them. We trust what they're going to do, not to be a cloud over them, to make sure because we trust them and they work together and then they can report back to the council. Or, like you said, ask if you have any issues that,
And there's no reason we can't be reviewing the budget and getting together as a council and saying, hey, we have concerns about this budget. We would like our representatives to go and express those concerns to the board. It gets a little complicated. And I guess it's been good discussion. And I hope everybody can see what we've been struggling with when we've been talking about this with FCAG. Because it's like, what's the answer? What do we do? Or do we not do anything? I'm not saying that we have to do anything. I agree with the sentiment from Councilman Larson, which is, have we had a bad audit? Have we had the state come and say, you guys are doing things absolutely wrong? No, those things haven't happened. That doesn't mean that we don't proactively try to make sure we're in accordance with state statute. I think that's a good thing. But I
They've
also,
gotten approval every year to get their budget passed.
yeah, from the city of Riverton and from every other community.
Well, they've always passed their budget, so that means everybody's approved it.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Now, probably after a few discussion points, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Is the real issue, they have to come before us to get our blessing versus solid waste just has a public meeting, agrees on the budget, and moves forward.
Well, and that's just it. Every other board, that's the process.
Well, that's what we do at solid waste. And we have considerably more funds than this board does.
$1 million.
Or ours and ours. The state, the county would like to borrow ours, okay?
Yeah.
They're not going to.
And that's the point too, and this is actually something that when we were visiting about this previously, some of the ideas, okay, we've sat there and not criticizing it at all, but because I agree with Councilwoman Johnson, this is taxpayer funds. We want to make sure that they're spent appropriately. But, you know, when it comes down to it, not trying to diminish it, but for the most part, it's taxpayer funds that are being paid by people that aren't our residents either. This is taxpayer funds that are people coming and staying here and that sort of thing. We don't not take it seriously. We should. But it's a little bit of a unique Mayor Highsmith is a former member of the Wind River Visitors Council and current member of FCAG. Did you want to chime in at all?
Thank you.
Yes, Joel Highsmith, past member, Wind River Visitors Council for 6 years, and I attended quite a few of their meetings for a couple years prior to that. In any event, you know, what brought up some of my concerns started with the purchase of some signs for over $100,000. The Wind River Visitors Council was told they did not have to put it out for bid. I know, as being a mayor and a council member, that anything over, at that time, $35,000 had to be put out for bid. I brought that up when it was brought to my attention that they already had a firm lined up to provide the signs that was recommended by the Wyoming Tourism. I said, no, we can't do that. It's over $35,000, got to be put out for bid. And I suggest they better check with our attorney, which they did, and they came back, yeah, we got to put it out for bid. That made me aware of, because it's a learning process, being mayor, council people, things were going on, and Helen even brought up, I voted for some unanticipated revenue that we had spent. I don't remember it, but I don't doubt that I did. But I didn't realize till I started digging in state statutes and everything, because I started wondering what else are we doing that we're not following the law. So if I make a mistake, Helen makes a mistake, we make a mistake, we do not know that it's a mistake. We don't know we're doing something wrong. It's just a mistake. But if I know I am doing something wrong and continue doing that, then that's an issue. And when the $300,000 showed up, I recommended we need to bring that to amend our budget. Because if for City of Riverton, I know Town of Shoshone does, if we have unanticipated revenue come in and we're going to insert that in our budget, we do that. Now, the procedure by the joint powers agreement that we have, it says that they will budget, has to be approved by all of the municipalities that are involved with that joint powers that we started. So that's part of it. That's doing a budget. Now, I hear they say it isn't in there, we got to do it or we don't got to do it. Well, yes, it is, because it's still part of the budget, because that should be put in the budget and addressed and brought to us, to the municipalities. Now, would we changed any of that or not? And money was spent. Wasn't the idea that money was spent bad, but they didn't. Wind River Visitors Council did not follow the procedure that it says in the joint powers agreement that they're supposed to follow. That was my only issue. Let's just do it right. That's my issue, taking the shortcuts and not doing that. And Helen did just mention she still doesn't believe that they need to follow that. And follow state statute. The state statute, and we got legal counsel can tell me if I'm wrong. We can, and I believe he alluded to it. We can increase the oversight by our joint powers agreement, which we did. We're still following state statute. It's not. This is in state statute. We're fine because we can add that if we want more oversight. If we want the elected officials to have more oversight, if we have, that does give the smaller communities a bigger voice. If you notice, this is set up more like the House of Representatives and not the Senate, because Shoshone gets one, Hudson gets one, and all the big boys all get two, because that's where the money's coming from. But this, like the Senate, we get a say, and if we happen to see something that we disagree with, then we can talk about it. It's just like a few years back when Riverton was the big dog putting in the most money, but there wasn't much money coming back towards Riverton, and they had that discussion. But that gives you an opportunity to have discussions about this. It just gives more oversight by elected officials, which I believe they should be. And if you have appointed people to the Wind River Visitors Council, well, I know when I was on there, I reported to the mayor all the time. It was simple for me, but anyway, not all of the come in and report to the council. The lady that was before me that was on the Wind River Visitors Council, she reported to me when I was mayor, and she did a good job, and to the council even before that. But it's just to keep people informed. No, do we need to try to cherry pick and get involved? But we should have oversight, the general, and just have the opportunity to do that and spend a little more time. I'd like to see more time spent on the budget. I know the town of Shoshone, we have between 2 and 4, typically 3 or 4, special meetings on budget, open meetings on budget, and discuss it. Wind River Visitors Council meets once every other month. It's hard for them to do that, and to get the budget put together in a more timely manner. But it's just I don't think it's that big a deal to get that to us, and I think it's been working relatively well for many years. I was told by a past president of the Wind River Visitors Council that everything went real smooth till I got on the board. Him and I got on the board at the same time. I don't know. I'm just saying that. you know, so, but it's, but I went in with an education of some, and a learning. I'm learning all the time now, state statutes, what we should be doing and not be doing as public officials. It's a learning process. You learn it. And on council, when you get to mayor, it's different because there's a lot more on your shoulders. And I spent a lot of time talking to my city attorney, town attorney, when I first became mayor, to make sure I'm not making mistakes, but you still make mistakes, and I made them. And that's I think we got a good system. I think the Wind River Visitors Council does a good job. I mean, we can't have a couple disagreements on this or that. That's not it's going to happen. But I'm still support the public, the public elected officials' oversight of this, and I like it the way it is, so you can help initiate a conversation. I think it's working well. And any questions?
I guess to go back to kind of what Councilman Larson was saying, even with the frustrations that you had with some of the finances, each of these audits have still been clean.
Yeah, well, depends on definition of clean. I know I had question on a clean audit we got back over that $300,000, but I talked to the CPA firm that pulled the audit, and I said, was it mentioned anywhere about our joint powers agreement where we're supposed to go and have it approved by all the entities? And they said, no, that was never mentioned to us. We'll look at it next year. I'm not saying they spent their money wrong, and we had plenty of time when we found out about it to bring it to amend the budget. That could have been done very easily. I mean, it just could have. It just could have.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing I'm saying, and I recommended they do that, and they still don't feel that that's part of the budget, but I do. My interpretation, and my town attorney does also.
Thank you, Mayor Highsmith. All right, well, we don't have any motions. We're just sitting here spinning our wheels, which is fine. I mean, like I said, I find it a little bit silly to have a motion to discuss something when you can just discuss it. I don't know what the council thinks. We don't even have to act on this today if we don't want to. I mean, as far as that's concerned, we have an FCAG meeting coming up. We have another meeting 2 Tuesdays from now. If you kind of have any thoughts about what you'd like to see or different ways we could word it, we could come with some different wording, whatever that looks like, but just kind of
Your
curious
Honor,
where the council's at.
I'd like you, as our member on FCAG, to get a little more feeling of what the rest of the towns think. And maybe you have. I think we've beat this horse enough for one night, in my opinion. I think we should see what the other towns think, and
Here's what I can.
I mean, I don't want to go all the way out on a limb way over here and all the rest of them say we want to go over here, so.
Here's what I can tell you about FCAG. It's a great organization. A lot of positives come out of it. But there's no way that you can ever predict in any meeting where FCAG is going to fall, period. End of story. It's different every month. It's an adventure every time. We never know what's going to happen. It's kind of like our meetings. I would say we can.
Or an agenda tonight, yeah.
We can have some other discussions. I can kind of visit with Mayor Navieu and stuff like that to kind of see where they're at. If your question is, what is something that's not going to be an absolute waste of our time, I don't know. I think that's kind of why I wanted Riverton to consider this first, so that we could be the ones to set our foot in the water and kind of see what we think. But if you're saying that you feel like you have some flexibility with what you could see, I can test that out a little, and we can see where we end up going. I can have some conversations with some of them and figure out where we're at.
I don't feel like I have a whole lot of flexibility.
Yeah? Well, so then where are you at?
I might be willing to say they wouldn't have to get a unanimous decision from all the towns, But I would not agree to having us elect them as a board and let them do whatever they want and not even have to come to us.
Yeah.
So I mean, if that's what they want, I don't think you're gonna get there. Just listening to what Mayor Highsmith and, so I mean, but I think if it goes from unanimous to, a majority, which would be 4 out of 6, you might get there, but I don't know that you'd get much more than that.
What were you saying, Councilman Carr? You in agreement with that for the most part?
Yeah, I think so. And I just, the statute is a minimum standard. We are employing additional standard above that. And, is it overly onerous? Maybe. But I could see, I could justify a majority, but probably not sole discretion, because what you've got is an entity that wants as much control as they can have. You have 7 other entities that want a definite say in that, because every entity has a vested interest in that budget.
Well, I guess that's where the state statute kind of comes into play too, where it's saying that they're the ones that get to decide where the expenditures occur. And so that's where I can see where it's like, okay, we want this to be fitting that.
And so as we add that level of oversight, like I say, I don't mind a majority, but I wouldn't go probably much past that.
Councilwoman Pearson Lewis.
I'm with him.
Okay.
Are you on board?
Yeah.
I can kind of feel out the rest of FCAG and see where they'd be at on that. Councilwoman Johnson?
I just say if it's not broke, don't fix it. It's been working this way well since 1989. It's never had an issue. We've had clean audits. It needs to remain the way it is.
Well, I'll try to feel that out FCAG a little more and come back with something that maybe is, had some other people on FCAG look at it and say whether they think it would work or not. Okay. Lively, wonderful discussion. And now we're ready for even more with the fiscal health report. Thank you for being here, Mayor Highsmith and Ms. Wilson. Are you bringing us snacks?
I gotta wake up. This is a teacher's bedtime right now.
I know.
I have to get up at 5:30 in the morning every day. Thank you.
Notice you moved yours. They're on the
Just
far
because
end
I'm
of the
spread
table.
out all over the table tonight.
Carla's over there camping out.
I bet I'll remember my tablet next time.
Bring a hot plate in next time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just have a chili
We'll
dip.
just have a carry.
You just need something back here, have a little buffet back
Yeah,
here.
that's right. All right.
Are you ready to brace yourself? I have a riveting 13-page presentation.
All right.
I love these.
Aren't you excited? I'll go through this fairly quickly. And just for the purposes of our folks that are watching online or virtually, I do kind of like to go over just the basis of our budget and how it's set up, just so there's a little bit of historical information for those folks who aren't generally familiar with it. So I'm here to report tonight on the status of our budget for the city of Riverton for the period beginning July 1st through September 30th. And we also went through a pretty extensive budgeting process, if you'll all remember, earlier in the year. And it's hard to believe we're going to be doing this again in just in a few short months, too. But we started our budget process in February, where we solicited applications for community contracts for services. We had the staff distribute budget reports to supervisors who prepare their operating budgets, who then met with their department heads. We all came together as department heads and city administrator to form our operational budgets. Then we reviewed personnel. We reviewed capital outlay, not once, not twice, but 3 times. And then we did our overall budget review twice before we brought it to a council work session and ultimately to a public hearing for approval. So we went through quite an extensive process to get our budget approved. And at the end of the day, we landed on a total approved fiscal year budget of $38 million, slightly in excess of $38 million. Our budget is comprised of 12 different funds, including our general fund, our enterprise funds, which are our water, sewer, and sanitation funds, and then several fiduciary funds that we manage, including the TAD funding account as well. So there's 31 divisions within the city government, and our general fund is our primary fund, our operating fund for most of our departments within our city, and they account for approximately 31.8% of our total budget, with the remaining 68.2% coming from all other city funds. And so the funds are divided into three categories, which are the governmental, proprietary, and fiduciary funds. So because our general fund is our primary fund, that's the one that I want to start with. Our total general fund budget is $12.1 million. That is a decrease of 11.3% over the prior year, which is approximately $1.53 million. So we cut quite a bit out of our general fund budget last year. Sometimes that has to do with capital projects, but we also did cut several operating cost centers as we were trying to sharpen our pencils on the budget as well. The general fund makes up about 28% of the total budget and remains the largest budget within the city. And it serves as the primary operating account and accounts for most of the tax-supported activities that provide public goods for benefiting our residents. Departments in this fund include, but it's not all-inclusive, the police department, streets and alleys, our parks department, municipal court, building maintenance, our fleet department, information technology, community development, and several others. Our largest source of revenue is the sales and use tax, mineral royalties, severance taxes, and fuel taxes. And then we also receive one-time direct distribution funding for over-the-cap federal mineral royalties, which are allocated by the legislature. And we generally know what that fund or amount is going to be per year prior to our budget process. They're typically used for one-time purchases and capital projects, although in recent years we have also used supplemental funding. Direct distribution and supplemental funding are kind of used interchangeably to help offset our operational costs. So at the close of the first quarter, the general fund reflected a positive balance of $556,703 in revenues over expenditures, and that was compared to $493,000 for the same period last year. So we're a little bit higher, but there's so many different points that can be brought into these numbers as far as our rate of spending, what we've done with capital projects as far as our purchases versus what we have yet to purchase. So sometimes when I give you that number and it's maybe different from our prior year, it could just be at the rate that we're spending or taking care of some of our expenses. It could also be at the rate that some of our revenues are coming in. Our sales and use tax revenues were $88,000 above our projections for the close of the quarter, which is only about 3%. And really, when we were budgeting this year, we really tried to, in previous years, we'd kind of under budget our sales and use tax, and it had been a welcome blessing when we received more money than what we actually projected. This year, we tried to budget a little more closely to what we were actually going to receive based on our projections, simply because we needed the money to make our budget balance. So that's a pretty tight number for us for the first quarter. Earlier today, the Wyoming Economic and Analysis Division released its sales, use, and lodging report for 2025, and there's weaker consumption, and it has attributed to statewide decline in revenues. So while our collections are currently above projections, we are very closely monitoring these, and we provide copies of our sales and use tax collections based on what our historical receipts have been over several years, and those go out to you in your monthly report. So you'll see those, and they're also available anytime anybody needs a copy of them. I can show those to you. So notable revenues in our general fund, our Rocky Mountain Power franchise fees have come in at 7% over our projections for this point in the quarter, which is $44,000 when you're talking dollar-wise. The parimutuel commissions have come in at 10% over our projections, which is $11,000, and we receive those twice per year. So when I say this $11,000, it's actually where we would probably sit midpoint in the fiscal year, because we'll only receive one more distribution for those revenues. Our building and encroachment permits are 10% over our projections, or $11,000. Something to keep in mind with that, of course, is that our budget starts July 1, so we're heavy into construction season at that point. We will probably start seeing those taper off through the winter months, and then they'll pick up again in the spring. It's kind of a seasonal revenue that we receive. And then our interest on investments, we budgeted low on those. We don't know what interest rates are going to do throughout the year, so we typically don't try to budget our expenditures against our revenues when it comes to interest on investments. In this instance, we've earned $31,576,000 in interest income in the first quarter of the fiscal year compared to $25,000 that we had budgeted. So our money is working for us as we had hoped. On the expenditure side of things, there were 12 of our 18 operating cost centers that were at or below the budget. And I will note the 6 that were above budget. The mayor and council, your folks' budget was up a little bit. And that was due to upfront costs for dues and memberships. So at the beginning of the year, we pay your FCAG dues, your WAM dues, different things like that, your associations and memberships. And so those will taper off. They'll stay where they are. And then as the budget continues throughout the year, hopefully the revenues will catch up with those expenditures. Municipal court, definitely much higher. We had much higher prisoner costs than we anticipated. We are currently now at 66% of our total annual budget that we have paid in prisoner costs 3 months into the fiscal year. So we're underwater $95,000 in prisoner housing costs just after 3 months. Now, part of that is attributed to the fact that the county runs typically about 1 month behind on billing, but that also is cyclical, so it'll be 1 month behind on billing at the close of the fiscal year also. So yes, we're at 66% of our $145,000 budget for that. Administrative services, which is our department, our annual software maintenance and insurance premiums were all in upfront costs, so we paid 100% out of the fiscal year in the first 25% of our budget. Information technology is the same. Their software and website maintenance attributed to their cost overrun above the 25%. And then they also had a staff that attended a tower climbing certification early on in the fiscal year. It's really important these guys have this training. They're climbing significantly high heights, and it's a safety issue, and very important that they're recertified. So that was a requirement. And then our weed and pest and our parks department were both over budget at this point. Again, they're both seasonal cost centers, so when you're looking at July, August, and September, that's when they're in some of their peak seasons, and so that will start to taper off as we get through the winter months as well.
Fair to say, especially with sales and use tax, you've usually been very conservative with that. We're less conservative, and we're still over projections by a fair bit.
We are.
Well, that's nice.
That's a good sign.
I hope the trend continues. Last month, it was pretty significantly under, so we hope that things start picking up again. What we would have received last month in October would have been 2 months, so August spending is what we would have received in October.
And that was lower because this is behind.
Yep, it was low.
Well, we'll see what November brings, right?
Well, and the holidays are starting to pick up, so, but even then, we probably won't start seeing those until January or February. So, as far as capital, our capital budget is currently 14% expended of its $3.76 million allocation. We have completed several purchases, City Hall HVAC upgrades. We're still in the middle of that project. It's not completed yet, but we did spend a pretty good portion of what we had budgeted already towards a pay application for that. We purchased some police vehicles, fleet maintenance equipment, and then a secure record storage that we budgeted for the police department. And that was actually, that is going to be grant reimbursed for that particular purchase. So as well as the City Hall HVAC upgrades. So that's ARPA funding, and that's our last open ARPA grant that we have. Our other projects are in progress or pending completion, and we're just going to work on those as the fiscal year moves on. So in closing, the general fund is pretty stable right now. Of course, we closed with a positive balance, which is really nice. Our revenues are performing above projections, and expenditures are within expected limits. So we'll just continue to monitor those sales and use tax, and we may have to make some mid-year adjustments, just depending on how they start coming through. Any questions on the general fund? Okay, I'll move on then to the airport fund. So the total budget for the airport fund is $6.43 million, and approximately 5.7 of the 6.43 is dedicated to capital projects. At the close of the first quarter, the airport reflected a deficit balance of $227,999 in expenditures over our revenues. But this cost overrun is attributed to capital project expenses versus the timing of getting our reimbursements in. So those will be offset as reimbursements are received. And we do need to remember that the feds cover about 93.75% of our costs on our projects. When the council approved the airport budget this last year, you approved the use of $355,000 in our supplemental funding for operations and $230,000 in supplemental funding for capital. So when I explained in the general fund that we use supplemental funding for one-time expenses, this is a perfect example of when we had to use it for operations. But what we did budget also is only $6,313 in transfers from our cash or reserves to help cover the offset of operations as well in the airport fund. Okay, so we'll move on to our enterprise funds, which is our water, sewer, and sanitation funds. They resemble traditional business models because they operate on a fee basis, and we rely on the fees that we reserve or that we collect in billing for the services rather than taxes. So taxpayer dollars do not fund water, sewer, or sanitation services. Rather, the fees are charged to the users to support infrastructure and maintain capital. Governmental Accounting Standards Board requires the use of enterprise funds for services that derive a portion of their income from user fees. So the annual budget for the water fund is $4.66 million, which includes $1.91 dedicated to capital projects. And as we've been talking and planning for future years, we've got some big projects coming up ahead, big ones. So the fund closed the quarter with a positive balance of $305,000. Compared to $262,000 the same period last year. The budget includes a cash transfer of $132,000 from cash, and then also $269,000 from the 1% fund to help cover the Spruce Street water project. We did get some MRG funding a grant funding to help offset the cost of that project as well. So we'll be seeing some of that money coming back in to our funds for that. And that was split between the water and the sewer fund, so I can save the repetitiveness on the next slide. Major capital items planned for the year include Spruce Street water line, which they are actively working on now, a water tank rehabilitation project, which we received Wyoming Water Development funding to help pay for that, the purchase of a vac truck, hydrant and valve repairs, and then several other minor projects and improvements. So water fund is off to a good start this year with planned projects underway supported by cash transfers and grant funding. And again, we'll probably discuss water, sewer, and sanitation rate increases as we move into next fiscal year again. So just so we know that we've got some very expensive projects coming up, and we just need to make sure that we plan carefully to be able to fund these affordably. Questions on the water fund? Okay, the wastewater fund, that budget is $6.42 million, and this fund closed the quarter with a deficit balance of $94,000 in expenditures over revenues, compared to a positive balance of $54,000 for the same period last year. So we're running a little bit behind on the wastewater fund. Again, it's timing of spending and project reimbursements, but we also knew there's some major upgrades that are planned for our wastewater treatment plant this year, some of which is also grant funded. Similar to the water fund, the budget includes a transfer of cash of $325,706, and then again from the 1% for the Spruce Street projects. So again, while we're running a little behind in the wastewater fund, I am not in a panic mode about it. We have projected our revenues for our receipts for our water funds, hopefully appropriately, and they'll catch up with us as we get moving throughout the year. Another thing is that there are certain points of the year with the wastewater fund that we average out our sewer billing for customers, and other periods of the year where they're billed for their actual costs based on their water usage. So it's November, December, and January where they're billed for actual costs and not average costs, or estimated. Average costs, not estimated. The sanitation fund has typically been one of our healthier funds. The annual budget for that is $2.73 million. This fund closed with a positive balance of $57,000. So again, we were pretty close in our projections as far as revenues via expenditures. Last year, we closed this fund with a positive balance of $148,000 for the same period. We approved a cash transfer of $161,000 to approve support planned capital purchases for the year. Typically, I don't make those transfers until the end of the year after everything follows through, and then we see where we land at that point. There's times when I generally don't transfer the money, and I'll just leave it in our reserve accounts unless it's something that we need for cash flow purposes. But for the most part, I like to leave the money in the reserves because that's where it's making money for us. So major capital items for the year include a street sweeper, which we've already heard the bidding process on that, replacements of several of our 3-yard containers that are in some poor condition, and then auger replacements for a side loader, and then a sand and oil separator for the Public Works splash pad as they're cleaning out their trucks. It helps maintain the integrity of the system there. We have steady performance with several key equipment upgrades on the horizon. The fund is focused on ending with a pretty decent year. So overall, our enterprise funds are off to a fairly solid start. We're moving forward with our projects. We're focusing on infrastructure. And while we have to carefully plan and monitor, all 3 funds are positioned to maintain the completion of what we've proposed so far this year and allow us to still maintain our service levels.
Street sweeper, March?
That's correct, yep.
Okay.
Do you remember COVID and everything got pushed back year over year over year? We're hoping that doesn't happen again.
We're going to have a big, I know that there's a lot of people that care about the street sweeper. We should have a big ribbon cutting ceremony or something.
We should.
We need to make a big deal out of it.
We need to name the street.
A name?
Yes,
Name.
yes.
I can think of a few people who would probably want it to be named after them. Anyway, it'd be fun.
Tim's gonna name it Rendezvous.
Rendezvous. We want to name it the Rendezvous Street Sweeper.
All right, and the last report, or the last fund that I need to report on is just the Air Service Fund. Our Air Service Fund has been fairly quiet. We haven't had a lot of activity on it. At the close of the quarter, the budget reflects a negative balance in expenditures over revenues by a short $36,000. It's not a lot. We have not, at the close of the quarter, we had not received our quarterly invoice for air service for the months of July through September. So it really looks a lot more favorable than it probably really is. But at the end of the day, the council did budget a cash transfer of $1.8 million in money that we already have set aside in the Air Service Fund to help continue to support air service as it goes. And with that, I would stand for any questions that you may have.
Hey, look, Rendezvous again.
Serendipitous.
Mr. Bailey.
So along the lines of Mayor Highsmith's question on the, excess revenue or whatever, that's the adjustments that we make at the end of the year, right? After we sort of see where everything comes in, then we just adjust to what actual revenues were and actual expenses and get it all cleaned up then, correct?
It is correct. There is a possibility at the end of the year, obviously, that our revenues will exceed our expenditures, which we've been very fortunate, and that has happened for us in most all of our funds except for typically the airport fund. But what we do is sometimes we have unanticipated expenditures, so we have cost overruns, or we end up having to buy something that we didn't anticipate during the year, which you all approve at the time that the expenses incurred. And then when we get to the end of the year, we compare how our revenues have performed against our expenditures. And we never, and and statutorily, we're not allowed to close our budget with any fund being in a negative. So if we've expended something and had that conversation with you and it's in our minutes, when we do our year-end budget amendment, that is when we will right-size all of those budgets.
You have to move it from one, put it in the
So
other.
again, we are following that process that maybe got missed somewhere else.
Yes, correct.
Well, all we have to have is a Hill Street project,
Yeah, one that just has unexpected issues, yeah.
you know.
That never happens.
Or sales tax comes in 15% above what we thought, or whatever, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's,
And that's exactly how we can
love
account
that.
for it, is
Yeah.
that we had unanticipated revenues as well as unanticipated expenses, and we will right-size it that way. Well, thank you all for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right.
Let the fun begin.
I have an executive session for personnel. Something that we were needing to address regarding personnel, or is that something we could save for our next meeting, Mr. Garfield?
Your Honor, that's not a personnel matter that is coming from me. This is a personnel matter from you as a council. Serve at your pleasure, so it's up to you if you want to have that today or not.
Well, I didn't get all of my emails from the council members.
I didn't get any email.
I know I sent it to
from
you
my-
just now, Mr. Councilman
From
Larson.
my leader, but
We'll address that one at our next meeting. I sent you a reminder email, and I sent you a first email. Yeah. So, since we don't have an executive session planned tonight, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilman Carr, a second by Councilwoman Borders to adjourn. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. 11:08 is when we are adjourned.
oh, yeah.